Welcome to this tutorial where we're going to be building an e-commerce website using Django. To get started, we can just clone this Django project boilerplate repository that we have on GitHub. So you can just copy this link and we're going to clone it here. And so with that, we can then change into that repository, and I'm going to open it up in Visual Studio Code. And so we can then create ourselves a virtual environment. I'll then activate it. And we're just going to go here into the requirements, and I'm going to change this to Django 2.2 that we're going to install. We can then type pip install -r requirements.txt, and with that installed, we can then get started. Hey everyone, before we jump into this, if you're interested in becoming a better Django developer, then check out justdjango.com, enroll, and you'll get access to exclusive video courses every month on Python, JavaScript, and React, with a specific focus on, obviously, Django. The link is in the description below. So now that everything is installed, we can make use of this management command that we have in our core app, and that's the rename command, which allows us to rename the project. So all we need to do is just call Python manage.py rename, and I'm going to call mine DJ e-commerce. And now you can see it's been renamed to DJ e-commerce, and there it is. And let's try and run the server, and there we go. We can see we have two unapplied migrations, and that's because of moving over to Django 2.2, so we can run Python manage.py migrate. And there we go. Now we can run the server again, and cool. And we can go and open this up in the browser as well. And okay, we get this no such file, which is static in env. That's a directory that we just need to create for our static files. So we'll just create it there. And if we try it again, now we're just getting the generic 404, which is fine because we don't actually have any URLs. And so before we start coding, I'm just going to say that this tutorial is not for absolute beginners. If you haven't worked with Django before, then rather watch some of the other tutorials on this channel before you jump into this. And it is assumed that you have an understanding of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and Django as well. So if you are not that comfortable with all of those concepts, then this is going to be difficult. And we're also assuming that you've seen some of the other tutorials on this channel where we've covered things like authentication. And so if you are not familiar with any of that, then again, rather watch some of the other tutorials before you look at this, because the pace will be quite fast then. And otherwise, if you're comfortable with all of that, then we can actually get started here. So let's go and search for Django AllAuth, because that's what we're going to use for authentication. So we'll just go to the read the docs, and we just need to install the package. So let's come here, we'll stop the server, and just type pip install Django AllAuth. Then we need to bring the authentication backends. So inside DJ e-commerce settings, we'll go all the way to the bottom and add authentication. Then we need to go and add all of these installed apps, so sites and all the AllAuth apps. And we can do that here inside installed apps. We'll paste them there, and then we can scroll down, specify the site ID as 1, and then we need this URL pattern added into our URLs, so we'll come and add it there, and I'm just going to change it to a path and remove that regular expression. There we go. And then it just says we need to migrate. So we'll say Python manage.py migrate. And cool, there are all of those migrations now. And we can go and run the server. Now, and if we take a look here at accounts login, then we have a login page. We should be able to log in with an admin user. Cool, so I am. You can just create your own admin user to log in. And so we were successfully logged in. So that's the basic installation of Django AllAuth. We will look at styling this later on. And so the next thing is going to be creating our models. So we're going to do this inside core models. And this is going to be everything that defines the logic of storing an order and the process of adding an item to an order. And we've touched on this in the shopping cart video that we did, which I'll link in this video as well. So if you haven't seen that, we did introduce some of that logic here, but we'll go through it again. So the basic concept is that we have an order item, and this comes from models.model, and I'll just say pass for now. And then we have an order, and this is so that we can link all of the order items to that order. And the order you could basically view as the shopping cart. So we store all of the items that the user has added to the cart inside this order, and every time they log in, we fetch the order that they have and display that order with kind of like a shopping cart item count in the top right corner, like you see in most e-commerce websites. And we'll also define some kind of Boolean field on the order to say whether it has been ordered or not. So if it's not ordered, then this will be the order that is being used until it is ordered. And as soon as it is ordered, then the next order will be created after that. Now, even though we have an order item, we will still need another class, which will be the item. And so the order item is just a way of linking between the order and the item itself. So the item will be displayed in a list of items that you can purchase, but as soon as you add it to the cart, then it becomes an order item. And this is kind of like an intermediate step, a link between these two models. And you can then handle very specific logic about the order item here inside this class. So let's just pass in some basic fields for now. We'll add a character field to the item. We'll just say maximum length is 100. And then we'll define the string method and just say return self.title. And I'm just going to copy that and paste it for both of these as well. Then we're going to need to make use of our auth user model. So that comes from Django settings. So we'll say from Django.conf import settings. And then we're going to associate the order with a user. So user equals models.foreign key with settings.auth user model. And we'll say on delete equals to models.cascade. We'll add an ordered field, which we can say is models.boolean field default equals false. And here I'll say return user.username as the string representation. Then we'll also specify the items as a many-to-many field. And this is of the order item, so that we can add these order items into the order. And then we can also add something like a start date, so the moment that the order was created. And we can say this is a date time field, and we'll pass in auto now add equal to true. And then we could say an ordered date equals models.datetime field. And I'm not going to pass anything in, so we'll manually set that value the moment that it is ordered. And then here in the order item, we can link that to this item model. So we'll say the item equals models.foreign key with the item. And I'll also just specify on delete as cascade. Then here in the item model, this is where we're going to define the price. So this can just be a float field, just like this. And then if we pull open the terminal, we can try and run the server. Cool, so that's still working. We can then try and make these migrations. So let's run make migrations. And then we will say migrate. And we can also then go and add these into the admin. So just say from.models import item, order item, and order, and then call admin.site.register, and we'll just add these in. And so now we can go into the views and just create some basic views here. So we'll say define let's say the item list, which just takes in a request, and say return render of that request, which we can just go to item list.html, and we'll create some context which we'll need to get those models. So we'll say from .models import item just for now, and then we can say this context has items, which can just be item.objects.all, and then we'll bring that into the core URLs. So we'll say urls.py there. We'll say from Django.urls import path, and then say our URL patterns equals to a list, and we'll just use an empty string, and then just say from .views import item list, and then we can go into the DJ e-commerce URLs, and we're already importing include, so we'll create another path that just goes to an empty string and say include core.urls, and I'll also specify a namespace as core, and then if we say run the server, it says we need an app name. So here in core URLs, just say app name equals core. There we go. Then we can just go into the templates, and I'll create item list.html. We'll say that it extends from base.html, and then we'll create a block content. And inside here, we can just say, here is the list of items, and say for item in items, then end for, and I'll just say item like this. And so now if we go to that base URL, we at least get that rendering out, but we can also then go into the admin, and we'll just create some items. There we go, and there we can see them coming through. Okay, cool. So everything is working so far. And now what I'm going to do is go and grab a template, which is the MD Bootstrap e-commerce template. So you can go to mdbootstrap.com/freebies/jQuery/e-commerce, and I'll also link this in the description. And here you can download this for free, which we're going to use in our project. It has an MIT license, so we're going to make use of this. And so that's just because, one, we don't want to spend time designing, because that's not the point of Django. And two, it'll look a lot nicer, and everyone likes to work with something that looks nicer. So you can go and download this for free. I already have it, so I'm going to bring it into this project now. Okay, so there we can see the project. And basically we want to take all of these static files, bring them into our static in env folder, and then everything else we can bring into the templates. And I'm pretty much going to delete everything else that's not an HTML page. So let's just grab all of those folders, bring them into static. So there they are. And then the checkout homepage, product page, I'm just going to bring into the templates, and then we can get rid of that. And so if we take a look at the home page, this is basically what our base.html needs to make use of. So what I'm going to do is just go to the view here and change this to homepage.html. And then if we go back here and refresh this, we're not going to get any styling, sure. So let's go back. And what I'm going to do is just add in the static reference here. So just start by saying load static, and then in these hrefs and in all of these scripts here as well, and then all the images, we'll go and add that static command. So for example, static like this. Okay, let's try this again. And this is what it looks like. Cool. And what's nice about this as well is that we get a little bit of guidance as to what we need to make work. And if you've watched the tutorial series on how to build any blog with Django, then this is the same kind of concept. Once you've been given a template, you just figure out what needs to be rendered and what kind of data needs to come through. So immediately just looking at some of these items, you've got a category, sportwear, you've got a title, gray blouse, you've got a kind of tag here, so best seller, and you've got the price, and that blue as well. If we inspect that, you can see it says primary color, that's why it's blue. So we could define also a label color, and that way then you can specify that in the model so that when you create the item, then you could output whether it's the primary color or it's the secondary color, etc. So that's some of the fields that we could then define on this model, the item model. And we also see some pagination here. And if we scroll up, you've got some kind of filters that you could filter by category, a search bar, and you've got a cart item count. So what I'm going to do to end off this video, what I'm going to do is in these files, the checkout page and the product page, I'm going to make them extend from a base.html. And the base.html is basically going to be kind of what we have right now. It's just going to be the blocks, and it's just going to make use of all the scripts and the links that we have here in this head. And so I'll show what this looks like when that's done. Okay, so now I've finished the templates, and this is what it looks like as per usual. We can go to the checkout page, and this is what it looks like when you check out. And this is what it looks like on kind of like a product detail page, I would assume. So now that we at least have something that we can work with, in the next one we can start with the logic of adding to the cart and removing items from the cart and that whole checkout process. So let's just start by running the server. I have the virtual environment already activated. And so this is what it looks like. So let's just go down, and we talked a little bit about these product items in the last one, how we could take some of the information we're seeing on this card item and bring it as fields on the model. So that's what we'll start off doing. We're going to create a category. So you can see like sportwear, outwear, shirt, and then we'll create the label as well. So that's going to give us this blue or red kind of label for more information about the specific item. We already have the price and the title. We can just go into core models and take a look. So there's title and price. So let's add these ones in. We've got the category and then the label. So what I'm going to do is just create some category choices. And this is going to be a tuple. And the first entry is what goes in the database, and then the second entry is what's displayed. So let's just take a look here. There's like shirt, sportwear, and outwear. So we'll just put them here. So shirt, sportwear, and outwear. And we'll just put S, SW, and OW. And we'll just take this here, and we'll say that the category equals to a character field. And we'll say that the choices are the category choices. And we'll say the maximum length equals 2, because that's how many characters the maximum length is here. And then I'm going to copy that and actually just copy the entire thing there as well. And we're going to make this the label choices. And then this will be the label, and it will come from the label choices. And if we just come back here and inspect this, then you can see this is danger color, and we could change that to primary color. Most likely we could change this to secondary color. So you can see all the different classes that we can add. So let's just go and add 3 for now. We'll add primary, secondary, and actually we'll make this lowercase. And then we'll add danger. So this could be P, S, and D. And we'll say the maximum length is 1. Cool, so those are the fields then covered in terms of these items, as we can see so far. So if we come back, we can make migrations. So let's just run Python manage.py make migrations. Oh, we're not putting any commas anywhere. So let's make sure that this is a tuple. Try that again. Okay, now it's saying we need to provide once-off defaults, and that's correct. So for the category, we can just say provide default, and I'll just say S for shirt. And then for the label, we'll add a default and say P for primary. There we go. Then we can say migrate. And now let's go and run the server. And we can then go to the templates, go into products.html. And if we open this up and just come back here, we only need to grab one of these card items, and then we can just loop through all of them and just open up home.html. And there's still quite a lot inside here, but if we just scroll down after the second and third slide, we could probably remove those as well. And you've got controls, and you've got categories, so that's like for filters. And then as we scroll down, then we've got card content and card image. So this is one card. It's inside the grid column. So if we come down, you can see that that's what's repeating itself. So we can actually close it on the div on this column. And you've got an entire row like that as well. So what I'm going to do is actually just remove one of these rows. And then if we go inside this one, I'm going to delete those 3 columns there. And I'm going to remove some of these comments as well. So inside this row, I'm going to loop through it. And we can go and take a look at the view that we have for home.html. So we can come here and add this context in there as well. And then we can loop through the items. So we'll say for item in items, and then just say N4. Then inside this card, we'll replace that number with item.price. Then that is the title, so item.title. Then you've got new there. So this new is the label. So danger will replace with the label display. And the way that we get the display is by calling get, then the field name. So get underscore label underscore display. So this will be item.get label display. And I'm just going to leave it as new for now. We'll figure out how we can change that text later. And then this is the category. So it's very similar to get label display. This will be get category display. And if we take a look at this now, then there we can see our 2 items coming through. And what I'm going to do is actually just go back here into the view, and I'm going to change this into a class-based view. If you haven't seen our video on class-based views, then be sure to check it out. The link is going to display over here in the top right corner. And in that video, we cover everything about class-based views. So I'm going to make use of them here because they can help in making us write a lot less code. So what I'm going to do is just come here to the top, and we'll say from Django.views.generic, import list view, and I'll import the detail view as well. So the home view right now is kind of like a list view because we are listing out these items. So what I'm going to do is just come here and we'll say class home view, which inherits from the list view. And then we just have to specify the model, which is the item. Then I'll say that the template name equals to home.html. And if we then take that home view, we can bring that in here. And I'll replace it like this. So .as view, and everything is still working. Now if we come back here, now they're not displaying anymore, and that's because the context variable is different. So if we come back up top here, where we're looping through the items, it's not items anymore. This would be object list. There we go. Now they're coming through. And then we can also go and define a detail view, and I'm going to get rid of this function-based view there. So I'll say class product detail view, or rather we can call it item detail view. And that's going to inherit from the detail view. Say the model equals to item, and the template name is going to be equal to product.html, and that's basically this view here. And if we just take a look at what that looks like, You can see it's kind of like detail view, even though these images have nothing to do with this item here. I can imagine that this is supposed to be kind of like a detail view where you can add it to cart. So we'll treat it like a detail view, and I'm going to come into the templates and rename products to product.html, and then we can save this here. And then inside the URLs, we can bring that view. So item detail view instead of products, and then we'll make it product. And I'm going to make it taken a slug, just like that. And I'll change the name to product there. And the reason this has to take in a slug is because this is a detail view. So either we pass in a primary key or we pass in a slug for the class-based view to handle which object it's getting. And so then here inside product.html, we can just scroll down a little bit. And this is the image there. Then here we have some categories. And I'm going to get rid of 2 of them there because we only have 1. So this will then be object.getCategoryDisplay, where object is the default template variable name. And if we take a look here, that seems to be like a previous price. So the $100 is a discount price, which we could add in to the model as well. But for now, what I'm going to do is just replace the 100 with object.price. Then here in home.html, let's make sure that we can actually redirect to the absolute URL of each instance. And I'm just going to do that here inside this href. So we can make sure that here on this model, we have a get absolute URL. So I'll just say define get absolute URL, which just takes in self. And I'll just say that it returns a reverse, which is going to need to be imported. So up here at the top, we can say from Django.shortcuts import reverse. And we're going to reverse to the core namespace. And let's just move these files around. And then to the product URL, like that. And we need to pass in the keyword arguments, where the slug will be self.slug. And that means that we need to go and add a slug field here. So we'll say slug equals models.slug field. And then we can say Python manage.py make migrations. I'll provide a default, and I'll just say test product, like that. Then we can go and migrate. And I'll run the server. And then here we need to just go into the admin to fix those slugs. So if we go to items, this can be test product 1, and then this can be test product 2. Cool, so now we have that reverse working, so we can take the get absolute URL and bring that into the home.html, and here we can say item.getAbsoluteURL, and if we come back here, then if I click on the title, then it redirects us to that URL, and we can see that the shirt tag is coming through, even though this isn't a shirt. And we've got the $100 price there. And we also have a couple other fields here. You've got a description, and you've got kind of like a previous price, or rather this is the actual price and this is the discount price. So what we can do is we can come here on the item and we can say that's the price, and then we can say this is the discount price, but we can say blank and null equal true so that you don't actually have to have a discount price. And then we can go and make migrations, migrate, run the server. And if we go into the admin again, then let's go to these items. And I'll add a discount price of 50 to that one, and I'll keep the second one blank. So let's go back. Then here we want to display, then what we want to do is we want to say if there is a, so how we'll do this is we'll say if there is a discount price, then show the discount price, otherwise show the normal price. And then if you click on that item, then here we'll show this original price if there is the original price, but only if there is a discount price. So let's just come back here, and in home.html, we'll create a little bit of logic here. So we'll say if item.discount price, so if it has a discount price, then show the discount price, else we'll show the price, and then just say end if, and we can kind of copy that logic there. And let's just come back to home, and now you can see that 50 is showing there, which is the discount price. And let's click on this item to go here. So then in product.html, I'm just going to paste everything here. So again, this will be if object.discount price. So if there is a discount price, then we're going to show all of that, and the 200 is what's being scratched out. So that is the price, and then we'll show discount price next to it. Otherwise, we'll just show object.price. And let's make sure that this is inside a span as well. So just like that. And then we can delete all of those there. Now if we come back, now we can see that one there, but let's just go back to home and see the second one. And now you can see only the 200 is showing. And let's actually also come back and add a description on the item. So this is just going to be a text field. Again, make migrations. Default is going to be, this is a test description, and just add some nonsense there. And then we'll say migrate. Cool, so now we have that field. And we also have the list view and the detail view working. And let's actually just go back here and add this href, and I'm going to add it over this div there. And let's just come back here to home. Now if you click on that item, then it redirects you as well. Cool, so now let's look at how we can add an item to the cart. So I'm just going to close that there. And we're going to need to create a function that can handle that. So one function that will add an item to the cart, which is basically just going to take that item, create an order item, assign the order item to the order if the user has an order, and if otherwise, then it will create that order on the spot. And then when you remove the item, then it's just going to remove the order item from the items field. So we'll just come here and define add to cart, which is going to take a request and a slug, and the slug is the slug of the item, so we can add that specific item. So let's say that the item equals, and we'll say import get object or 404, so we can use this method and just pass in the item and say where the slug equals to slug. Then we need to see if the user has an order or not. So let's just check if we've imported it. So we'll need order item and we'll need order. And then here we'll just say that the order item equals to an order item which we'll create. And we'll just say that the item equals to this item that we just got now. And then we need to check if the user has an order. So if they have an order, then we will basically just modify the quantity of this item in the order. And we don't have a quantity field on the item at the moment, so we can go and do that now. We'll say quantity equals models.integer field, and we'll say default equals 1, so that when it's created by default, it's only one item. So let's make migrations, and then migrate, then run the server. So here, we're going to say that the order equals to order.objects.filter, and then we'll filter it based on the user. So we'll say where user equals request.user, and where is ordered equals false, so, or rather ordered. So this way we're making sure that we're only getting the order that has not been completed, because they might have some orders that are completed. So we need to make sure that we pass this into this filter. And if this order query set exists, so we'll say if order query set dot exists, then we will grab the order from this query set. So we'll say order equals to order query set of 0. So then we need to check if the order item is in the order. So we'll say if order dot items dot filter, where the item _ slug equals to item dot slug. And we say if this exists, then that means that this item is already in the cart. And we can then just say that order item dot quantity plus equals 1. And then say order item dot save. And I'm actually realizing now that this quantity shouldn't be on the item, it should be on the order item, because here is where we want to keep track of how many order items we have. So let's just save that, and then let's make migrations, and let's just see, okay, we have to save this file, and basically just moving that field. Now we can run the server again. So this is all if the order query set exists. But if the order query set does not exist, so let's say else, then we will say order equals to order.objects.create, where the user equals request.user, and then we just say order.items.add, and just add that order item. And then after all of that, then we can just say return redirect. And I'm going to redirect us back to the slug of the item that we just added. So this is going to be, if we take a look at the URLs, this is going to be product. So core product, and then keyword arguments, where slug is the slug that was passed in. And then we'll just import redirect from Django.shortcuts, and everything seems fine. So now this add to cart view we need to bring into the URLs as well. So we'll just bring it here, and we'll add another path and just say this is add to cart, which is also going to take in a slug, and then say add to cart and say name equals add to cart as well. And then we can take this name of the URL, come back to the model, and we're going to create another shortcut method here on the item. So we'll say define get add to cart URL of self, and we're going to basically return the exact same thing here, but this is going to go to add to cart view, and we just pass in the slug as well. Then we can use this in the template. So if we go to the product.html and also get rid of that description there, because now we have our own one, so we can say object.description, and here we have the add to cart button. I'm going to copy this button, paste it outside the form, and I'm just going to comment out the form for the time being, and I'll change this to an A tag, and I'll say the href goes to object dot, and I'll just copy this here, get add to cart URL, and then I'm going to get rid of the type submit. So now if we refresh this here, now if I click add to cart, and it says order date can't be null, that's right, so this is the order date here on the order. So that means that here when we create the order, we just need to pass in the order date. So I'm going to just specify that here, and we're going to import from Django.utils. So Django.utils import time zone, and then we can take this and say it equals to timezone.now. So it returns an aware or naive date time depending on the settings, and this is okay for what we want to do. So then we'll just pass this into this create method. So order date equals to ordered date. And now let's just go back. I'll refresh this, click add to cart, and it says add to cart slug is not defined. And this is because we're using a redirect, not a reverse call here. So let's just change this from keyword arguments to slug equals slug. And let's come back and try that again. Cool. And let's also open up the admin so we can see. And if we check the order items, then it says we're getting this error there. That's from our defined string method. Let's say return, we'll actually use an F string here, and we'll say return self.item.quantity, and I'll say of self.item.title because the item has a title. And this is meant to be self.quantity. And we've got a bunch of them from pressing that button. So let's just go and delete all of these. And let's come back and say add to cart. And then it redirects us back to this page, which is fine. And now we can see one of dummy item 1 with a quantity of 1. And let's go back to the order here. The item's not selected at the moment, and that's because we probably didn't do that here. And we didn't, so we checked if the order item was in the order. So if it was, then we just added 1, but if it wasn't, so else, then we need to say order.items.add, and we're also adding the order item in there. Cool, so let's go back and delete that order item again. And then we'll say add to cart, refresh this, there it is, come back to the order, and now we can see it's added. And let's see what happens if I click it again. And if we refresh here, then we can see that there were 2 now. So let's just go back to the order items and see what's happened is that we've actually created a second one and set the quantity to 2, whereas we would have actually wanted the original one to have a quantity of 2. So that means we have something wrong here in this method, and that's that we're creating the item every single time, regardless of whether it's in the order or not. So one way we can control this is by changing this into the get or create method. And then here on the order item, we could also specify the user as a foreign key, and then also specify ordered in the exact same way that we do have it here. And then we'll just make migrations. And it's saying that we're going to need to add some default user. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to set blank and null equal true on the user. And I'm just going to quit, make migrations again, and then we'll migrate. And then let's run the server. Then here in the admin, I'm going to just come here and specify the user for both of these. Then I'll come back and remove blank and null, and then make migrations again. And now it says there are 3 options, so we can ignore for now, and then we'll migrate and then run the server again. And then back here in the view, we are getting or creating the item, but there's a couple other conditions we're going to add in here. So we'll say where the item equals that item, the user equals request.user, and ordered equals false. So that makes sure this last one, ordered equals false, that we're not getting an item that's already been purchased. So if we come back here, we can actually delete both of these. And then I'll come and add to cart. And that's because we need to add created there, because this is returning a tuple to us. Try that again. Now we see that one there. And let's open up the orders. And we see it's added in there as well. If I add it again, Let's refresh this here. Now you see the quantity is 2 and we don't have another one created there, which is good. And it's added in there as well. Cool, so that's all working. So we can now focus on removing from the cart. So if we come back here, it's also similarly going to look like this. So we'll say define remove from cart, which takes a request and a slug. And at the end of all of it, we're going to return a redirect back to that slug. And we're also going to need to get that item. And we're going to need to get the order. So I'm going to copy that query set there. So we check if there is an order for this user that is not ordered yet. If the query set exists, then we get that order. And I'll say else. We could then just return a redirect back to that same place there. And I'll say add a message saying the user doesn't have an order. And then if the order does exist, then we will check if the order contains that item slug. And we can get rid of those two there. So we're getting the item, checking if the user has an order. If they do have an order, then we make sure we grab it. And we then filter the order for that specific item slug. If that order does contain the order item, then we need to remove it. So we can basically change this to remove. But we also need to get that order item. And we can just say, get rid of that else there. So the order item we'll just grab here using this call there. And just say dot filter where item equals item, user equals request.user, ordered equals false, and we can just say of 0. And then here we'll just say else, return another redirect. And here we'll need to add a message saying that the order does not contain this order item. So like that. So let's see if this logic is correct. We'll take that, bring it into the URLs, and I'll just copy that and say this is remove from cart. And then we can go into the template, and I'm just going to go into the product, and I'm going to copy this here just for testing. We're not going to actually keep this here. So just say remove from cart, and we can go to the model as well, and then paste this here and say get remove from cart URL, and then this is also remove from cart. Then we can take that here, and I'll get rid of entire line, and then the class here I'll say is danger. And so let's see this now. So right now we have 2 of this item. So if I say remove from cart, let's see here, this still exists, which is fine. But if we come here, now it's not there anymore. So it was successfully removed. If I try remove from cart again, then we're not seeing any of the errors come through, and that's fine. So we'll probably want to add messages as a last touch for this video. So I'll just close these 2 off, and we'll go to the top, and we'll say from Django.contrib import messages. And then we can come down, and I'll add here, we'll say messages.info of the request, and say this item was added to your cart. And then we'll copy that and put another one here and say this item was updated, and we can say item quantity was updated. And then I'll copy this and paste that one there. So there we go. We can actually make it use this one. So this item was added to your cart. And then for the remove from cart, if the order query set exists, then here when we remove the item, we'll say this item was removed from your cart. And then otherwise we'll say this item was not in your cart, and then you can get rid of that comment there. And then here we say the user doesn't have an order, so we'll say you do not have an active order, and then get rid of that comment there. And because we have these return statements inside these else statements, I'm actually just going to add the return there and get rid of it there, because we are checking all of the boxes in these conditions. Now we just need to add the messages into the templates here. So let's just close that there. And I'm going to come back here and just look for the Django messages. Come here to the framework. And if we just scroll down, then we can copy this here. And we'll go into the templates, into base.html. And right here below the nav bar, just paste that there. And actually, if you go to mdbootstrap.com to the jQuery docs components alerts, you can actually just make use of these alerts, which we'll use for the messages. So I'm just going to copy that div there, and instead of creating an unordered list, I'll get rid of the unordered list and paste this over here, and then the message I'll cut out and paste there, and then the messages tags I will take and replace primary with that there. Then I'll just get rid of that. Now let me actually try and move this into the body instead. And what I'm actually going to do is take the return redirect and make sure that this is also inside all of these conditions, and just rearrange that. And then this last one over there. So if I click add to cart now, we can just inspect this and double check that we aren't getting an alert, which we are. There it is. And what I'll do here is just come and add margin top 20 pixels. And let's see, it's got to be quite a lot for us to see it. And so what I'm going to do is just create a div here, and I'll specify the class as margin top 5. So then if we try this again, and we can see it there. If I try and take that PT4 class, and you can see it's probably as good as we'll get, but let's just come down, and here you can see there are dismissible ones. So let's take that, and I'll just paste that inside there. And then take the messages tags, replace warning with that there, and the strong I'm going to remove and put message in there. Then we can get rid of that one. So now if we come back here, if I say remove from cart, and we need to add PT4 there. So if I click add to cart, there's that. If I click remove from cart, if I try remove from cart again, it says the item was not in your cart. And if I go and refresh this order here and delete this order, and then come back and remove from cart, you do not have an active order. If I try add to cart, then it was added to the cart again. And you can see there it is. So this is what we have so far. We have a list of products, and we can view a detailed view of that product, and we can add it to the cart or remove it from the cart. And in this video, we're going to focus a lot on just improving the display of the site, that being authentication as one part. If we go to accounts login, you can see here is our login page, and we're going to try and style this to look a little bit better. We also have some links that aren't working, such as this products link, and we're going to try and touch up this page as well, and also add a count of how many items are in our cart. let's go and jump into the HTML to start fixing some of the style. And the first page is the home.html that we'll fix up. I basically want to just remove this whole banner here. It's not really necessary unless you'd like to use it for something. So there's the third slide, and it's everything inside these carousel items that we're going to remove. There's the second one, and there's the first one. So there it is, this entire slides div. Basically just going to remove that, and these indicators as well. And then we'll get rid of this whole div here that has the controls as well. So now let's take a look. And there we go. Then I'm also going to remove the download link there at the bottom. And I believe this isn't actually in this file. This is in the footer. So here we have the social icons, and right above there is the call to action. I'm going to remove that, refresh this, and there we go. Then I'm also going to remove the products link there. So that we can do inside the nav bar. And we'll just get rid of it there. There we go. And then the home link and checkout link I'm actually also going to remove. And we'll just say that this DJ eCommerce, this logo, is what you'll press to go to the home view. Here I'm just going to comment this out because maybe you want to use it to specify something there. And okay, that style is a little bit messed up, so let's just comment out the list items instead. There we go. And so then here on the right hand side, we don't want to show the cart if the user is not authenticated yet. So we'll come inside here, and I'm going to copy that list item, and here we'll say if request.user is authenticated, then we will show that item. And I'll say else, then we'll show this item. And we'll get rid of that I tag there, get rid of the span there. And this is just going to be login. And then the href here, I'll specify as a URL. So this will be account login. And if we refresh that, now it says login. If we click that, it takes us to this page. And what I'll also do is add another list item here and say this is logout. And we'll do another one for sign up. And this will be account sign up. And this is account log out. So if we refresh this, there we have it. And so to style this page, we're going to need the templates. And that comes from Django Allauth's GitHub repository. So we're just going to search for it. And I'm just going to download it. And what you're going to want to do is just go in the Allauth directory and copy the templates directory. So copy that. And then when you come back in here, you're going to want to paste it and make sure you don't overwrite our templates folder already. So I'm going to add it in here. Okay, there it is. I've added the templates directory, and I'm going to move those 3 folders there. And then we have the base.html file that it uses. So I'm going to copy all of those contents and we'll paste them here in ours. Then I'll remove this div that has all the links because we don't need that. And I'll remove block content because we're already using block content. And I'll take the extra body and put that underneath there. And we'll also get rid of the messages because we already have messages here. And then I'll take all of that stuff that's inside the head and I'll come paste it there. And we can get rid of ours. And then other than that, there's nothing else. So we can get rid of all of that. And now we have access to these templates. So I'm going to delete that templates directory. And we can go into the account login.html file. And if we compare this to the home.html file, we basically want to see what containers we need to put our content inside to make it look consistent. So that would look to be the main and the container. If I close the nav bar there, there's a section and then a div with row while fade in. So I'm actually just going to copy that and then we'll just try and paste all of that here inside the block content. And of course we don't want the nav bar, so I'm going to get rid of the entire navbar. And then we'll just close off all of these tags. And I'm going to take all of this and just cut that out and paste that here in that row. And we can try and tab this in. Cool, so that's what it looks like. So if we go back and let's just refresh this page. And okay, let's come back in here and we'll add a div with a class of column 12. And then down here. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to remove the text center. And I think we'd probably like to make use of Django crispy forms. But until we install that, let's just change the class for this submit or sign in button to button primary. And then this I'll say is button default for the forgot password. So if we refresh that. And so let's go and install Django crispy forms. We can just say pip install Django crispy forms. There we go. I'm also going to say pip freeze into requirements.txt. And now we need to go into our settings. So DJ e-commerce settings base, and we're going to just go to the bottom here. I'll say for crispy forms. And this is just going to be the crispy template pack, which is bootstrap 4. And then in login.html, I'll go here to the top and I'll just say load crispy forms tags. And here at the form, I'll change this to crispy. And then we can refresh this. And okay, not a registered library. That's right. We need to add it in our installed apps as well. So here, just add crispy forms. And we can come back and refresh this. And that looks a lot better. And so perhaps we'd also like to just bring that in a little bit. So if we just come up here, this could be column 6 and offset 3. And there we go. I'm not going to go and do the sign up page as well, but as a practice, you could probably try and do that yourself. You can see it's pretty straightforward. So if I go and log in, then it redirects us to accounts/profile. And what I'm going to do is just go here to the base.py, and down here I'll say that the login redirect URL equals / so that we can at least redirect to a URL that we have on the site. And there it says we've signed in, and we also have the option to log out. I'm going to go and log out and just sign out there. And let's try and log in again to see if the redirect works, and it does. Cool. So now we can work on this pagination, and this is actually very simple. If we just go back here, we can close this, and all we need to do is just go to our view. So that's in core views, and it's the home view. So inheriting from a list view, and we can specify the paginate by, which is a field on the class. And we could say paginate by, let's say 1, just to see that it works. And if we come back and refresh this, now we see that there's only 1. And we can just change these numbers here to match the query set. So let's go back into home.html, and we'll scroll down here to the pagination. And so right here above the nav, I'm going to add a condition and say if is paginated. And this is something being passed in by the class-based view, so in the context. And then right here underneath it, then I'll say end if. So if we come back, now you can see that it is paginated, which means that this is a variable in the context. And then here above the previous arrow, I'm going to say if the page object dot has previous, then we will show this link, and then just say end if. So if we go back, refresh this, now that arrow is gone because this is the first page of the query set, so you can't go backwards, you can only go forwards. So right here we'll do the same kind of logic, just say if page object.hasNext, and then say end if, and we do. So now we need to add the link inside this href, and this is going to be $page equals to, so we're setting the page variable. If I set this equal to 2 and we just see what this does, then if I click it, it takes us to page 2, and there's the second item. So instead of it being a static variable, we want this to be dynamic, and this is going to come from the page object. So we'll say page object dot next page number. Then if we refresh this, and let's just go back to page 1, and you click it, then it goes to page 2. And then we'll do the same thing for the back arrow. So if we come down, so in there, this will be page equals page object dot previous page number. And we can refresh this, and we can't click it. That's because this is disabled. So let's refresh this. And if you click that, now you can go back between those pages. And just to be simple, I'm not going to output all of these numbers. I'm only going to show the current page that we're on. So what I'll do is get rid of all of those items, and we're only showing the active item. And this is going to be equal to page equals page object dot number. And then we'll output that exact same thing over there. So now let's refresh this, and it says 2. Now it says 1. Cool, so that's at least working. I'm going to go back here to the view though. So let's just close templates, and back here I'm going to paginate this by, let's say, 10, and then we can refresh this, and now we don't have page 2. So there we go. And so now let's display the cart item count here in the navbar, and we're going to do this with a template tag. So here inside core, we'll just create a template tags directory, and inside there we'll create the cart template tags, which will be a Python file. And here we just need to say from Django import template, and then we need to import our model. So we'll say from core.models import order, and then we'll say that register equals to template.library. This is so that we can register our template tag, and we just have to define a function which is going to be the name of the template tag, and we can say this is the cart item count, which we're going to say takes in a user, and above this function we just say at register dot filter. And first we need to check if the user is authenticated, because if they aren't, then we don't want to show that they have something in a cart. So we're going to say that the query set equals to order.objects.filter, and we can check the model here on the order. So we can filter it by the user and say where user equals to user, but also making sure that ordered is false. So we don't want to get their previously ordered orders. And then we'll just say if the query set exists, we'll return query set of 0. So getting the only order in that query set. And then we're going to get a count of the number of items in the order. So we'll say .items.count. Otherwise, if the user is not authenticated, then we'll just return 0. So now that we have the cart item count as a template tag, we just need to go into the navbar, because that's where the cart count is displayed. So right here at the top, we're going to need to load in our template tag. So we'll just call load, and this is going to be the name of the file. So that'll be cart template tags. And then we can take our function name, and we can come down here to that number 1. And here we just pass the request.user, which is already in the template. And then using the pipe operator, we can call our cart item count on there to display the count. So let's see what this looks like. If I refresh this, it says it's not registered, and this could be just from not refreshing the server. There we go. Now we see there's one item in the cart, and we can try and remove from the cart and see which one it was. And there we go. Now it's back down to 0. If I add it to cart again, now it's at 1. And that sums up what we wanted to do in this video. If you've enjoyed it, leave a comment down below and let us know what you think so far. In the next few videos, we're going to get started with the order summary, displaying all the items in the cart, and also taking a look at that fancy checkout form that we saw earlier on. So in this one, we're going to focus on our cart. Right now, if we click on this button, it doesn't take us anywhere, and that's what we're going to deal with now. We're going to create a view that can display all of the items that are in the cart, and also add functionality to either remove the item from the cart or increase the quantity of that item. So first, we're going to need a view. So let's come here inside core views, and right here beneath the home view, I'm going to create the order summary view. And this is going to be a detail view that it inherits from. Now we just need to specify the model as the order, and then we'll say that the template name equals to, let's say, order summary.html. Then we can take this, bring it into our URLs, and we'll just create a path there which can go to order summary, and I'll use the exact same path as the name, and then we'll make sure we use this order summary.as view. Cool. Then we can go into the templates and we'll create that file. So that's order summary.html. Let's just make sure that we don't put this inside the accounts folder. There we go. And I'm just going to copy everything from, let's go with home.html. Just paste it all there. And we're going to need to make use of a table here. So if you go to the mdbootstrap.com docs, then jQuery tables, here there are some examples of how to use tables using their styling. And I'm just going to use the responsive table. If we just come down all the way there, then we can grab hold of this code. I'm just going to copy it, and we don't need any of these links or buttons. So everything there in the nav bar we can get rid of. And the section for products, I'll also get rid of that. The pagination, I'll get rid of as well. So we're just pasting it inside this container, and let's just save that, and we'll go to /order summary, and okay, it must take either a primary key or slug, and that's right. So actually what I'm going to do is make this inherit from a view instead of a detail view, and we can just define this on our own. So order summary view, then we don't need any of that, but we need to define the get method. This takes in self, args, and keyword args. And I'm just going to say return a render of the request. And this is going to go there. And we can pass in self.request. There we go. And all right, so there's our table showing. We can come back here, and just above the table, we can actually just tab it in. Right here, I'll just add an H2 and say order summary. So here in the table, we're just going to display information about the items that are added into this order. And that means we're going to need to take a look here at the order item. So we have the actual item, and that means we can display pretty much all of this information. So the title, the price, discount price. If we want to, we could display the rest of these, although it might not be that necessary at an order summary. Then we still have the order item, so we can specify the quantity of that item. So that's basically what we're going to display. So here in the table, we're going to create those columns. And the first one is going to be the item title. So that's the title here on this model. Then we can display the price, and then we can display the quantity, and then we can do the total item price. So meaning if you have a price of $10 and the quantity is 2, then here we want to see the total item price. That would be 20. So we'll do it like that. And that means we only need 4 columns there. And we don't need all of these rows. We can get rid of that. And here we're going to loop through the order. So we'll say for item in object dot items, and then just say end for, and this should rather be items dot all because it's a many to many field. And actually we could add another column in here and just put that hash back as like the increment, and then here we'll output the count inside the for loop. But for now, let's just get those fields displaying. So that's going to be item.title. And we just need to make sure we're going to be getting order items. So that means we should rather call this order item. And then this will be order item.item.title. Then we have the price. So that's going to be order item.item.price. And then we'll have the quantity. So this is just going to be order item dot quantity because that's on the order item model. And then we have the total item price, which let's just put some question marks there. So if we come back here, we aren't passing anything into the context yet. So that means here in the view, we're going to need to get the order. So we'll say that order.objects.get, and we'll say user equals self.request.user. We'll say ordered equals false. And then here at the top, we can import from Django's exceptions. So we'll say from Django.core.exceptions import object does not exist. And then we can just say try do this, and then say except object does not exist. Then we'll have to raise an error. So we could either raise it, or we could just say return a redirect and just say to / for now. And we can just say messages.error, and we'll say pass in this request and say you do not have an active order, and just pass in self.request, and we might as well place that there. So now if we come back and refresh this, now we have anonymous user object is not iterable. So we need to ensure that our users are authenticated for some of these views. One of them clearly is the order summary view, and some of these other views would be like the add to cart and the remove from cart. So let's go import from django.contrib.auth.decorators, and we'll import login required. So here on these function-based views, we can at least say at login required above both of these. So we ensure that you have to be logged in to call these methods. Then for the order summary, we're going to need to do the same kind of logic. And we're going to use a mixin for this. And this is just almost from the same path. It's from django.contrib.auth.mixins. And we're importing the login required mixin. And then we just come here and pass it in as the first argument that our class inherits from. So that now if we come back and refresh this, now it redirects us to the sign in page, and let's just sign in. So now we've signed in and we aren't getting anything showing there. And that's because we still need to pass this order into the context. So let's do that now. We'll say this is the object and that is the order. And then just pass this in. So there we have that item. There's the price, there's the quantity. And now we need to think about how we can display a total item price. And we could simply do this on the order item. So here on the model, we could define a method that takes the self.quantity and multiplies it by the item price. So we'll say define get total item price, takes in self, and we can just say return self.quantity multiplied by self.item.price. Now, we also have the discount price. So that means that we're going to need a method that does the same sort of logic, but for the discount price. So we'll just say get total discount item price. And instead of multiplying by the price, we're going to multiply by the discount price. So then here on the order summary, we now need to know if the order is on sale or on discount, then we're going to display that discount total price. Otherwise, we display the normal total price. So we'll just say if order item dot discount price. So if there is a discount price, then we'll say else and say end if. So again, if there is a discount price, then we're going to output the get total discount price. So like this, and then otherwise we'll just get the normal total price, and we could put dollars in front of that. So refresh this now and we get 300, and that's because this item is on discount. And what we could do to make this even fancier is by creating a method that gets the amount that the person is saving on this item. So we could say get amount saved for self and just say return this method, so self.get total price minus the discount price, and that's how much you're saving. So then we can come back here, and if there is a discount price, then we'll say saving and then say order item dot get amount saved. Come back here, and there we see saving $300. And we could make this a little bit nicer with a label, and we can come back here to see those components. So if we go components, tags, labels, and badges, and then just scroll down here for this span tag, and then we can put this all inside a span tag actually, and then just come here to the end, and let's see what this looks like. Saving 300, and we can get rid of the brackets there. I'm just going to leave it like this. It's more just to show you the principle and how you can create extra functionality like this pretty quickly. And let's just go and add another item. So this one is not on sale. I'll add that to cart. We'll go back to the cart. Let's actually get that URL there. So then the nav bar here to the cart, we need to add an href here. And this is just going to go to a URL. And let's just check what that URL name is. And that's order summary. Then if we come back, refresh this. And oh, we forgot the namespace. Let's just check what the namespace is. So core. There we go. Now if I click cart, now it takes us there. Cool. So both of these items are displaying the correct total item price. And now we want to display the order total. So that would just be summing both of these values together. And we can also go and fix this order number there. So let's just go back here and we can change this to be for loop.counter. And then just refresh this. There we go. Now that's looking good. And so in a similar way that we did here by checking if there is a discount price and then displaying it, otherwise displaying this, we're going to create a similar method that does that same logic here on the order item, which is basically to get the final price. And that's just so we don't have to keep repeating this if there's a discount price logic. So we'll say define get final price, and we're just going to say if self.item.discount price return self.get total discount, and then say otherwise return self.get total item price. And this is so that on the order we can calculate a total. So we can just say get total. And here we're going to do this in a lazy way by saying the total equals 0 and saying for order item in self.items.all, then we'll say total plus equals to order item dot get final price, and then just say return total. And then here on the order summary, right after the table, in its own row, I'll create one column, and this is going to be object because that's the order, and we're going to say dot get total, and then just put dollars in front of that. And okay, this is inside the for loop. Let's make sure that that's outside the for loop. And there we go. We can just make sure that this is spanning across the entire table. So I'll say column span equals to 5, and then we'll just come here above it, and I'm going to create another column, and this one I'm actually going to give the column span of 4, and this is just going to say order total, and I'll say this is in bold, and we can refresh that, and I'll also make the total itself bold, and then we can also go and add another row, and this row is going to be just a column span of 5, and we'll say that there's a button in here, or rather an anchor tag, and I'll just say proceed to checkout, and for now we can just say that this href takes us to /checkout, and then check this here, and we can give this a class and say button, let's say warning, and I'm also going to say float right. Cool. And I'm just going to change this to 4 as well. Okay, there it is. If I click on that, it takes us to this checkout page, and I'll also add another button in there. So let's just display them here. So this first one we can just say is primary, and it's going to go back to just / for now, and we'll say continue shopping, and I'm going to change the order of those two, and I'll just say margin left. So continue shopping takes you back here, and then lastly here inside the for loop we're going to need to handle if the cart is empty. So if it's empty, then we'll just display a row, and then this is also just going to be one column, and we can say column span equals 5, and we'll just say your cart is empty, and I'll copy this row there, and we can get rid of this proceed to checkout. So all you can do is just continue shopping. And then we also want to make sure if there is an order, then we display this order total. Otherwise we don't display anything. So we'll say if object dot get total, and then say end if, and then we can check this out. So let's say we go and remove those items, and we can actually add some buttons here right next to the quantity, so we can change that. So here, let's go to this order item quantity. We're going to add some icons in there. So if we come here, you can just search for icons and you get icons list. And I'm just going to search for plus. So there we go. So I'll take that and we can put that on the right hand side. And then if we search for minus, copy that one and paste that on the other side. Then if we see what this looks like, and I'm just going to say margin right 2 and margin left 2. There we go. So we want these to also be buttons. So we're going to wrap them in anchor tags, and we'll just output this a little bit better. Cool. Let's save this, refresh that. So now they're buttons at least. And this is going to be the remove from cart, and the plus is going to be the add to cart, because if we take a look here at the views, we have functionality to check if that order item is already in there, and then we're just incrementing the quantity. And then here in the remove from cart, we actually don't have that functionality. So what I'm going to do is just copy that, paste it here, and this is going to remove, maybe let's call this single item from cart. So we're getting the item, checking if the order exists. If it does, we grab the order, we check if the order item is in the order, and instead of removing it, we're just going to decrease the quantity. So if we see how that was done on this add to cart, we're grabbing the order item dot quantity and saying plus equals 1. So here we just say minus equals 1 and then save it. Don't remove it from the cart, and then just say this item quantity was updated. And then I'm not going to redirect back to the core product. Instead, this is going to be order summary, and I'm just going to leave it like this on that one. So now let's take this and bring it into the URLs, and then we'll just copy and paste that there and say this is remove single item from cart, and we'll say remove item from cart like that. So now we can use this in the href. So if we minus, the href is going to be a URL which will go to that URL, and then we need to pass in the slug. So that's going to be order item dot slug. So let's go and test this out. And oh, this is core as the namespace. And okay, let's go back to the cart there. So now if I click minus, and it's returning a redirect. Oh, we've forgotten we don't need to pass in slug into that URL. So now let's just go back, refresh this. Okay. Now we're on 4. If I click that, now we're on 3. Cool, so that is working. If I say plus, we haven't linked that one yet, but it's going to be pretty similar. So let's just paste that there and make sure that we use the add to cart name. And let's refresh this. If I click add, and okay, we're redirecting. And it actually might be a good idea that it just redirects back to the order summary in that view as well. So here in add to cart, when we increment the quantity, we're just going to go redirect them there. And also in that case, and in that case. Cool. So let's refresh this, go back to the cart. If I click the plus, oh Right, we don't need the slug passed in there anymore. Okay, refresh that. And let's test it again now. So we see it seems to be working, and the pricing is also changing along with that. Cool, so that's pretty good. Lastly, I think we could add a trash can here on the right hand side, which could be if maybe you have 20 of the same item here and you don't want to click the minus button to get back to 0, so you'd rather just click the trash can. So that means here in the order summary, in this last column here, right here is where we're going to add another one of those icons. So let's just search for trash, and I'll copy that one, paste that there, and just make sure we wrap this in an anchor tag as well. And instead of it being remove single item, this is going to be the remove from cart. So that is just remove from cart. So paste that there. Cool. Let's refresh this, and let's also go and add here float right. Just refresh that. There we go. And I think we could also add some style and just say color is red. Refresh that. Cool. Now if I click to delete that, okay, let's also go back here to the view, remove from cart. We're going to say goes to order summary and get rid of the slug. And otherwise these two, we'll just let it redirect back to the product. That's fine. So let's go back here to the cart. And if I click to remove it, your cart is empty. Continue shopping. Add to cart. Redirects us back here. Increase the quantity. Decrease. If I subtract again, then we're on 0. I think how we should handle this is if it goes down to 0, then it's removed from the order. So let's go here to the view, and this is the remove single item. So here we'll say if order item dot quantity is greater than 1, then we will subtract 1 from the quantity. Otherwise, we should just say remove from the order. So order items, remove that order item, and I'll bring the order item save there as well. So that seems right. Let's go back here and let's increase the quantity. Okay, now if I subtract, now it's gone. Cool, so all of this seems to be working pretty well. And in the next video, we can get started with that checkout view and look at how we can handle the billing address and shipping address of the user. Alright, so this is what we have so far. We have these items, we can view them, we can add them to the cart, we can go to the cart and see them here, and we can proceed to checkout, where we're now dealing with this checkout form. And so this is what we're going to be handling in this video, and basically just handle the process of getting the user's billing address and physical address to ship to, and at the end of this then being able to redirect them to the payment method that they select. Now there's also some stuff on here that we're not going to use, such as the first name, last name, username, and email, because we already have that, but we will keep most of this. And so let's go into that checkout form HTML file. So that's templates and then checkout.html. And here is everything. And I'm going to get started by removing everything we don't need. So that's this last name and first name. We can get rid of the entire row there. We don't need the username. We don't need the email. So if we save this and refresh this, and there's quite a big gap here, so let's just remove this class there and see what this does. Yeah, that's much better. And one thing to note is that we're not going to display this name on the card, credit card information here, because there are options to select your payment method, and we're going to handle that in a separate view, not in this same view. So we can go down there and get rid of all of that. So that's this entire row here with the name on the card and credit card and the expiration date as well. So this entire row. And if we save this, cool. And we'll also come here to the credit and debit card. I'm going to get rid of one of them here, and let's just say this is Stripe for now. So now we need to think about the type of form that we're going to create. Are we going to use a Django form, or are we just going to use plain HTML and accept the data in the post request? Now I'm more pro the method of creating the Django form. So we're going to do that. We're going to go into core and create forms.py and say from Django import forms, and we'll say this is the checkout form and say it comes from forms.form. And if we look here at the form, we have the address, which is kind of like the street, and then we have the either apartment or suite, the country, the state, and the zip code. Now there's a package that we can use to handle selecting countries, and that we'll get into in a bit, but the state we're not going to use, so I'm going to remove that option and only use the zip code. If there are packages that handle the state, then you can obviously go and add another field to take that input in, but we're just going to remove it for simplicity. So we can get rid of that column there. And so back here in the form, we're going to start adding those fields. The first one was the street, and we'll just say street address. We'll say this is a character field. Then we had the, let's just call it the apartment address, and say this is also a character field, but I'm going to say required equals false, and that's just because here it says it's optional, so we'll go along with that. Then we have the country, and we can make use of Django countries, which is a package we're going to install. So here you can go to the GitHub repository and you can see all about it. So if we click on installation, all you have to do is just run pip install Django countries, and I'm going to run pip freeze into the requirements. There we go. Then I'll run the server. So we need to go and add Django countries to our installed apps as well. So here in settings base, I'll come up here and just add this in. And then we have an example country field. So all we do is just import the country field from Django countries and then specify that field on the model. So that's what we're going to do. We'll come here into the forms, and there's a country field, and I'm going to specify it in the exact same way. And here they actually have blank label as a parameter, which can just be select country by default, so we can do that. Cool, so that's the country. We'll see that in action in a bit. Then we have the zip code. So I'm going to say zip equals forms.character field as well. And then we have this option, shipping address is the same as my billing address. And we'll think about how to handle this, but for the time being, let's just keep going. Then we have the save this information for next time. So these are both checkboxes, and I'm going to add them in, but we're not going to deal with functionality for them just yet. So we have same billing address, and we'll say this is equal to forms.boolean field, and I'm going to say that the widget equals to a checkbox input. Then we have save info, which is also going to be a checkbox input. And then we have the payment options. So here we'll have payment option, which will be also a Boolean field. I'm going to say widget equals forms.radio select. So that way we can only select one at a time. And so let's start taking this into a view. So we'll come here, and this is going to be inside the checkout view here. And I'm going to change this into a class-based view as well. So we'll call this the checkout view. And I'm going to make this inherit from the default view. Then we can say define the get request. And there we're just going to render that self.request. And then we're going to need to get our form and pass that into the context. Then we have the post method, which also just takes in args, keyword args, and they will deal with the post request of that form. So let's go and say import from .forms the checkout form. And then here we'll say form equals checkout form. And I'll say context form is that form. And then I'll just pass the context in here. Then the same kind of logic here, form equals that, and we'll say request.post or none. And this should be self.request. Then we'll say if form.is valid, I'm just going to say print the form is valid. And we can just say return a redirect to, let's see what URLs we have here. So we can go back to checkout. So that'll just be core checkout like that. And now let's take that checkout view and replace it there. And then say .as view. Right, so now let's come back and refresh this. And now we're going to need to go into here. And I'm going to come just to the top here and create another form. Pass in the CSRF token, and then I'll output the form. And we also have Django's crispy forms installed, so we can come to the top here and say load crispy forms tags. And then here on the form we'll say crispy, and I'm just going to add a button as well. And I'll just say class is button primary, and say type is submit. Now let's refresh this, and there's a spelling mistake there, CSRF. Okay, and then let's just come here and say checkout. Alright, so there's our form. And we'll worry about the styling in a second. We'll get it to look like this. But we have the street address, apartment address, the zip code, same billing address, save info, and then we aren't getting the payment options coming through. And that's very simple to fix. We can just come here and specify our payment choices. And this is going to be a tuple of tuples. I'll say the first one is just S, which is for Stripe, and then the second one we'll say is P, which is PayPal, and then we just specify these choices here in the radio select. And this is not meant to be in there, this is meant to be as a second argument, and let's change this to a choice field. Alright, let's try that again. There we go, now they're coming through. And you can only select one at a time, which is correct. And now we can worry about styling this to look the same. So what we need to do is take a look at the HTML. So let's go back here. And inside this form, we need to look at all of the fields. So you can see that, for example, this first one, the ID of address, has a class of form control, but it's inside these divs. So what we could do is, instead of outputting the form just like this, we could loop through all the fields in the form, or just access the fields directly. So for example, I'm just going to comment that out, and here I'll say form.street address, because that's this field. So if I come back and refresh this, now it's still there. It loses the placeholder, but we can come and specify the attributes inside here. So I'll say widget equals forms.text input, and I'll say attributes where the placeholder is, let's get that exact same placeholder here. And then we can come back and refresh this. And there we go. There's our placeholder. And so we can go and do the exact same thing for the rest of these. So I'll just comment this one out. And here I'll say form dot, and this is the apartment address. And then here we'll grab this exact same widget, pass it in there, and the placeholder we'll say is apartment or suite. Let's take a look. Okay, there we go. Apartment or suite. Then we have the country, and we can go and see how they output the country. And actually, let's go back here to the form and we'll say dot form field. Then let's come back and refresh this. There we go. Now we have that country field showing up, and you have all these countries, which is pretty cool. So we can come here back inside the HTML, and here when we choose, we basically can just comment out the entire select field and then just output form dot, and this is country. And we can see here it has a class and an ID, so we can go back. And in here, I'm just going to specify attributes, and let's see here if class, and we'll get that class here. That's custom select. So like this. And then if we come back here, and cool, so that styling works. Then the zip code is simply just the zip code. So we can just come here and say form.zip and refresh this. And cool, same thing. And then we can come back, and now we have this shipping address. So I'll just comment that one out, and we'll say form dot, and this is same billing as shipping. Then we have the save info. So this will be form dot save info. And then we have the two inputs. So I'm just going to comment that out, and we'll put form dot payment option, and this could not work because it's inside one div. Let's refresh this, and yeah, so instead we can just come above here and say for value comma text in form dot payment option dot choices, and then after that div end for. So we're basically creating a div for every input, and then we can actually comment out our own output there and bring back the input that was here already. And then the text we'll say is this name. We can actually change it to name, and then the value will come here inside the label and output it there. Then the ID I'm going to change to name and specify the for value as name as well. So let's go back and see here. And oh, we've got an end comment. Let's get rid of that. And if we come down, and okay, it's not outputting, and this is because it should be form.fields.payment options. And if we just inspect this, then we can open up the label. We have S as the label, but for the input, the ID is Stripe and the name is Stripe. So that means that value is this first value in the tuple, and then name is the second value. So we actually don't need to use value that much. So I'm going to change it to name just so we can display it. So if we refresh this, now we have Stripe and PayPal there, and we can comment out that second div. So let's come back. Cool. And we just need to make sure that they're both not checked. And now you can notice that we can actually select them both. And that's because the name, if we see here, the name was payment method. And if you want to only be able to select one of the radio options, you need them both to have the same name. So payment method is the right way to go. So we can refresh this. And now we only are able to select one at a time, which is correct. But our shipping address isn't working, and that's because the for value is being applied to something that doesn't have that ID. And actually, to make this a lot easier, what we can do is we can bring back our inputs, and we can just refresh the page. We can inspect these two, and then we get name equals save info for the one. So we can come here and specify that there. And then the other one is name equal same billing address. So we just put that there. And then what we can do is we can say if form.same billing address, then we'll say checked, and then say end if. And then we can take that, bring it here in the input, if form.save info, then checked. And you can get rid of that and actually remove some of the spacing there. Okay, we'll refresh this, come down, and there we go. And then we can also go here to the form, and we can say required equals false for both of these because they're not required. Then we can come back and refresh this. And we can see they're both checked by default. Let's just add on the end of these dot value. Refresh this. There we go. Now by default they're unselected. And now everything seems to be working. So we can go and remove the form that we created up top. So that form there. And okay, so the styling is all gone there. Okay, so we can just go here to Django countries and we can make use of the country select widget. So we can just import this. And then here when we call .form field, we can pass in the widget as this country select widget. So in there we'll say widget like that. And then inside there we can specify those attributes. So this will be class, and that class is that there. And then if we go back and refresh this, there we go. Now we're getting that styling coming through. And then we can just style that zip code, which just has form control. So we can go back here. We'll say widget equals forms.text input and specify the attributes. And then just say class form control, come back, and there we go. All right, so now all the styling looks fine. Now we can handle what happens when we actually submit the form. So back here in the view, we have the post request, and we're just going to print that form.cleaned data and see what comes through. So we'll just refresh this, enter some stuff in here, select a country. I'll select both of those and let's say Stripe, continue. And okay, we need to make sure that form is a post request form. And we must add a CSRF token. So now let's try again and select Stripe. And we didn't return a response, so here in the view, obviously our form is not coming through correctly. So what I'm going to do is say print self.request.post, and then here we'll say return. We'll do the exact same return there, and we'll just say messages.info, or we could say warning, and pass in self.request and say failed checkout. Then we can come back, and if we enter some data, okay, failed checkout. So we've got the CSRF middleware token, we have that street address, apartment address, country, zip, same billing address, save info, and payment method. And this could be the payment option because payment method is specified as the name. So let's just come back here, and I'm going to uncomment the form, and let's just output it again here and make sure that we have the correct names for each input. So we've got street address for that first one, and if we come down and inspect that one, we have street address. If we look at the payment option here for the radio options, we have name equals payment option. Alright, so let's come down here all the way to these radio options, and then the name needs to be payment option. And then we're going to test what the request looks like when we submit it in this form. So let's just refresh this, and we'll just enter some data there and check out. Now let's go back, and if we take a look here, so the query dictionary is what we get here in the self.request.post, and there we can see all the fields coming through, and we get payment option is S. Now let's go back and fill out this form. Come back, and now you can see payment option is on. So that's where the mistake is. We need to make sure that the value that this payment option contains is either S or P, not on. So that means back here we can also comment that out. And if we just go down here to the payment option choices, we can just add a value into the input. And this is going to be that value variable that's being looped through. That we saw earlier was either S or P. So now if we go back and refresh this, and let's submit some data here. Now it seems like it worked, and we see the form is valid. Cool, so that is working now. We can come and get rid of all these print statements. And what we want to do is grab all of those values that we saw here in the print statement, and we're going to get them using the form.cleaned data, and then we're going to create a billing address. So we'll just come here to the models, and we're going to create this model here. So we'll say class billing address comes from models.model. We're going to assign a user, and this is just going to be a foreign key, just like this user field is. And then we're basically just going to add all the values that this form has. So that's street address, and that's a character field. We'll say maximum length is, let's say 100. Then we have the apartment address, country, zip, and copy all of those, paste them there. And these two are both character fields, but the country is not. So if we go back here to Django countries, we're going to need to add it as a field. So you can see here countries is a country field, and it says multiple equals true, which we're going to say is false. So we can just come here like that and make sure that we import this correctly as well. And that should be the same import as we saw here. So we'll just go to the top, import it there, and the server's still running. Cool. So now we have this billing address model, and I'm just going to say define string of self, and I'll just say return self.user.username, and we are going to need to make migrations, so we'll run that and then run migrate. Then we can run the server again. And so now when we submit this form, we're going to want to create the billing address for this user. And then on the order, we're going to need to create a field that references the billing address, so that when we complete the order, we can then attach the billing address to know where to send it, and also the shipping address. And then we'll just add billing address here and say this is a foreign key to the billing address. And we'll say on delete equals to, let's say, models dot set null. And I'll say blank and null equal true as well. And then we can go back here, make migrations, migrate, and run the server. And now here in the view, we'll get all of that data. So that's all of these fields here on the form. So I'm just going to copy them all, and we'll just paste them all here. Equals to form.cleanedData.get, and then that value. So now we have all of those values. We're then going to import our model, which is the billing address. So let's come here and import that from .models. And then we're going to say the billing address equals billing address. And here we're just going to pass in all of these values for the model. So that's user. So user equals to self.request.user. Then we have street address and all of these. Street address equals street address. Apartment address equals apartment address. And we've got countries. This isn't, we were meant to set that to false, and we'll say this is country. All right, make migrations to fix that. I'm just going to say 1, and we'll say China, and then migrate, and then just run server. All right, now we fixed that. So then here we can say that the country equals to the country, and we can say zip equals zip. Then we can say billing address dot save. And then we need to add the billing address to the order. Here in the post request, we should actually check if the order exists already. So let's just come down, and I'll basically copy all of this there and then just paste that here. So we're trying to get the order based on the user, and we can basically get rid of that context there. And if the object doesn't exist, then we don't have an order, so we just redirect them back. And I'll say go back to the order summary and everything, and paste that inside the try statement. Just paste that there. So if the order exists, then we'll check if the form submission was valid. And then we will take this order here after we've saved the billing address, and we'll say order.billingaddress equals billing address, and then order.save. And so now if this is a successful post request, then we also need to check which payment option was selected and redirect the user to that view that will handle that specific payment option. The save info that we've also gotten and the same billing address, these are two slightly more advanced fields that we're not going to do anything with just yet. I'm going to comment them out, and above here we'll just say to do add functionality for these fields. And the implementation of this save info is a little bit confusing, because in order for us to deliver something to that address, we'll need to store the address. So it's confusing as to how we could do this without saving the information. as we kind of need it to deliver that object to them. So if you have any proposed ways on how to handle that, leave a comment down below. Otherwise, we're just going to leave it commented out for now. The same billing address, which is meant to be same shipping address. Let's just come here, change this to same shipping address. And then here, this is same shipping address. Then here in the view, this would be same shipping address where we get the value of same shipping address. So if you are getting this value, then you'd want to create a shipping address model, or we could just create an address model and store a field on there, which would have a field saying is billing or is shipping, and then you could select which ones they are, or both of them. So there's many ways we can handle this. For now, I'm also going to leave that commented out and just work with the billing address. And then here, after we save the order, what I'm going to do is say to do add a redirect to the selected payment option, which is something that we'll handle in the next video. So in the last one, we ended off with our checkout view. We can go proceed to checkout, and we worked on this form and mainly the styling and handling the submission of this data. And we didn't touch anything to do with this kind of promo code and displaying the items that are in the cart. And we will get to that in a separate video where we'll talk about promotion codes or discount codes and how to create those. But in this one, we're going to continue with the payment method that was based on what you selected here in the form that you submitted. And we can view that view, which is in core views, and that should be here in the checkout view. Once we submit the post request, we then get all that data, and some of the fields we weren't addressing yet, but one of them is the payment option, which is something that we need to do here. Hence we added this to do, which is to add a redirect to the selected payment option view where we'll handle taking in that payment from the user. And so I'm just going to make another class-based view, which will also inherit from the generic view, and I'll just create it here. We'll say this is the payment view, and it's just going to inherit from the default view. I'll say define get, takes in self args, keyword args, and I'll just say return a render of self.request, and we'll say this is to payment, let's say payment.html, and I'll bring that into the URLs, and then I'll say that the path goes to payment. I'll say payment view.asView and say name is payment. And I'm also going to pass in kind of like a slug, which will be the slug of the payment option that was selected. So I'll just put here payment option, and that could either be Stripe or PayPal. And then here in the templates, we're going to need to create payment.html. And I'm going to take everything from the checkout, just paste it in there. And there's a lot that we also don't really need. So all I'm looking for is this kind of container, and I'll say this is payment. Then we have the row, and we've got these two columns. I'm just going to get rid of that second column there. And in this first column, I'll say it's column medium 12. And then we have this card. I'll keep that form that we'll use, but this second form I'm going to get rid of. And then I'll uncomment this here. And actually, I'm going to specify the class to have that card body like the other one. So if we go to /payment/Stripe, right? And we obviously don't have any form that's in our context variables. And I'll just say this is submit. But this entire form is actually going to be handled by Stripe. So I'm going to go search for the Stripe docs, and I'm going to look for charges, and we'll see creating charges, and we should be able to see a form. And if we look for Stripe.js and elements and just scroll down, then this form here I'm just going to inspect, and actually And I'll just bring this open a little bit. And so we're basically looking for where this iframe starts, which you can see is right there. And if you copy that entire HTML element, you can come inside here and actually pretty much remove that entire form. And you get a whole bunch of stuff. We get these iframes, and I'm just going to go down here. We'll get rid of pretty much all the iframes, the body, the HTML, and we have this entire script tag as well that I'll cut out, put it here at the bottom. And then we have the form. I'm just going to tab that in so it's looking a little bit better. Then the script has to stay there as well. And then the div wrapper, I'm actually going to remove, and it ends here after the success token, which I'm also going to remove. So we just have that. And then we've got the head tag I'm going to remove, and this entire style tag, I'm going to cut that out. And all of this inside this script, I'm going to delete that, going to delete that and the body tag. So everything's inside this card, and then just come up top here and we'll create a block, and we'll just say this is the head links, and I'll paste all the style in there. And if we take a look back here at base.html, let's just see if we have that block. And okay, it's extra head. So just change that name. Okay, I'm going to get rid of crispy forms tags, and we'll get rid of the body and HTML styles there. Okay, so now we'll have a form generated by Stripe. So if we come back here, I'm going to change this to be the Stripe form row. And if we just come up here, we can get rid of the Stripe token handler and token handler hidden, and the wrapper, as well as the token. So dot token, get rid of that. I'm going to say this is Stripe form row. So let's come back and refresh this. And all right, that looks a little bit better. And I'll change this to an ID of Stripe form, so that if we come back here, this can be Stripe form. And instead of this being label, I'm going to make this the Stripe button label as an ID. Then we can come down, and I'll change this label to have an ID of Stripe button label. And then for the button, I'm going to make this the Stripe button, and come down here to the button. I'll give it an ID of Stripe button. And we most likely would want to see the order total like we do here in this view. So what I'll do is actually just grab this HTML, and then we'll display the form here to make the payment. So let's just go back here to checkout. So I'll make this back to column 8. And so let's just get rid of some of these. Okay, then we can close that one. And we basically just want this entire column. Cool, so if we come back and let's go to payment/Stripe. Okay, let's just see here why this isn't showing in the right way. So we've got that div there. So there's the form, and it looks like we have one too many divs there. Let's come back. All right, there we go. And I'm just going to minimize that, and let's open this up. And I'm thinking we can get rid of the promo code bit here. And what we'll do is, and we'll make this one column that spans the entire width and just display it on top of each other, because the spacing is quite weird. So let's just come up here, and I'm going to make this column 12 and column 12. There we go. And this looks fine. So now we need to just handle what happens when you submit this payment. And if we inspect this, we are getting this add event listener at this line, and that's coming from line 319 when we're trying to add an event listener to the form. So that's coming down here to get the element by ID of payment form, and we did change that to be the Stripe form. So we got to come down here and change this to Stripe form. Then we don't have this Stripe token handler, so we can get rid of that. Can get rid of that as well. Cool, so that seems to be everything. Let's just refresh this now. And okay, we've got payment form there as well. Try this again. And okay, cool. So now we need to go back here to the form and make sure that when we submit the form, that it's posting this request to the right URL, which is just going to be a dot. And that way, when we submit this, it'll post it to this URL. So we can go here to the view and we can define a post method to handle that request. So this will be self-args and keyword args. And then we can actually go and search for the Stripe API, which is .com/docs/API. And I'm just going to go here to charges, and then to create a charge, we're going to need to bring all of this in. And I'm just going to paste this here at the top. And instead of outputting that, I'm going to say this comes from settings. So I'm going to say from Django.conf import settings, and this will be the Stripe test key, or sorry, secret key. Then we can take this charge, come down, and we'll just paste that over here. And we're going to need to make sure we get the token, which is coming from the request. So this will be token equals self.request.post.get, and it's going to be that value that we add here in Stripe.js. So if you scroll down, the Stripe token, that's the value we want to get as the token. And then we can just paste token there, and I'll change this to USD, and the amount will be the amount of the current order. So the order we're going to pass here into the context. So I'll just say order there. And here I'll also say that the order equals to order.objects.get, where user equals self.request.user, and where ordered equals false. So we get the current order, and we're going to want to get the total from that, because that's how we're going to pass the amount in. So that's going to be order.get total. And then we have to say times by 100 because this value is in cents. So if it's $20, then we need it times by 100, so it's 2,000 cents. And the description I'm actually just going to get rid of. And now there's a bit of logic that we need to think about here when we actually receive this post request. Not only do we need to create the charge, but now we need to say that the order has been ordered. So we're going to have to change some of the values on the order model. So we'll say here that order.ordered equals to true. And then we're also going to want to keep track of the payments, because right now there's no way that we're keeping track of the actual Stripe payment, and that's very important. So we're going to create its own class for that. So we'll come down here and say that this is a payment class, which comes from models.model. And I'm going to specify the Stripe charge ID as a character field. And I'll make this a maximum length of, let's just say 30, or rather 50 to be safe. I'll pass a user, which will be a foreign key, to the user model. So that's just going to be settings.auth user model. And on delete, I'm going to say equals to models.setNull. And this is just so that we definitely do not delete the payment if the user was deleted. And I'll just say blank and null are true for that. I'll say an amount equals to models.float field. And we'll add a timestamp and say this is models.date time field. And I'll say auto now add equals true. And then we can say define string of self and I'm just going to say return self.user.username. And then this payment, we're also going to want to specify, like we did with the billing address, here on the order. So I'm actually just going to copy that entire line there. And this is going to be the payment, which is going to be a foreign key with the payment model that we just created. And I'll leave all of this the same. So now here, when we set order.ordered equals true, we also want to create this payment, and then we're going to assign the payment to the order. So first let's just save this, and we can also see no module named Stripe. So I'm going to say pip install Stripe, and then I'll say pip freeze into requirements.txt, and then I'll run python manage.py make migrations. Cool. Then I'll say migrate, and then we can run the server. All right, so now we're going to create the payment. So I'm going to need to go to the top here and import that model. So that's the payment model, and then we can go back down. So here we'll say that the payment equals to a payment. We'll say that the payment Stripe charge ID is going to be equal to the ID we get back from this creation here. So I'm going to say that charge equals to that API call, and then I'll come here and say charge.id, or we can access it like this. Then I'll say payment.user equals self.request.user. I'll say payment.amount equals to this here, and I'm actually just going to specify amount as its own variable, and then we can just say payment.save. So now we have the payment. Then we can assign the payment to the order. So I'll actually bring that here as well, and then we can say order.payment equals payment, and then say order.save. And we're also going to want to do some error handling here for this API call, because the card could fail and all the other types of errors. So you're going to want to just search here for Stripe error handling, and we can just go to this first one, handling errors, and then I'm going to select Python as the language, and I'm actually just going to copy all of that, and we can come in here, and I'm just going to create some space, paste this all here, and we can tab that in. So we're going to try use Stripe's library, and I'm gonna have to tab some stuff in here as well. Okay, so we're gonna try do the charge, which is what we'll do here. And if we get a card error, then it's declined. So what they're doing is getting this message, and I'm gonna basically do exactly the same thing. So they're saying error equals body.getError, and I'm going to cut that out, and we can remove all of this, and I'm going to say messages.error from self.request, and I'll pass an F string and just paste all of this in there, just like that. And then you can handle the exceptions for the rest of these. So that being API connection, a Stripe error, or just a general exception. And this is kind of the main one, because this means it's something to do with you. So here I would say we send an email to ourselves, because this means you need to go and fix something in the code. And the rest of these, I'm basically just going to return an error as a message, and just paste them all here and get rid of all those pass statements. And then there I'll just say rate limit error, and here I'll say invalid parameters. I'll say not authenticated, and then we can do network error. And then this last one for generic Stripe error could just be something went wrong, and we'll say you were not charged, please try again. And then on this last one here, I'll say that this is a serious error occurred. We have been notified, something like that. And then all of this here, we're going to cut that out and bring that into the try statement as well. So just like this. And so after we save the order, then we're going to redirect them back to some page. And this would probably be like a profile page or a confirmed order page. And I'm just going to say return redirect to, let's just say /, and I'll say messages.success, pass in self.request, and we'll say your order was successful. And then we're also going to want to redirect if these errors happen as well. So I'm just going to add a redirect for all of them. So what we should see happen is when we test this now, we're going to create a charge. We should see that the payment is created, and we should see these parameters on the order changed as well. And then the redirect should be like the final confirmation that it worked. So we'll come back in here. Let's just refresh the page. And you can use Stripe's test card for payments, which is just 4242 4 times. And then make sure that the rest of the numbers have an expiration date in the future. So now if we submit the payment, of course we are getting a CSRF error. So let's just add that in here in the form. Okay, I'll just have to refresh the page. Try again. We're getting an invalid parameters error. And this could be because we're not creating an integer value for the amount. So we need to make sure that we do that. And actually this order.getTotal is the amount here that we should be saving on the payment. So I'm going to make sure we put that there. So the server's running, and let's go back to the cart, go to checkout, and okay, we're going to need to go to payment Stripe. Okay, now submit the payment. There we go. Order was now successful. So let's go into the admin, and we're going to need to bring our payment model here. So just import that there. Cool, let's refresh this. Go to payments, admin. There's the Stripe charge ID. There's the amount in dollars. And let's go back to orders, admin. We see there's the item. It's now ordered. And there's the payment. So now the payment is working. And we just need to now make sure that when we submit the checkout form, so if I just add something, then now when we submit this form and I select Stripe, we need to make sure that here in the view, and just scroll up, we can then redirect based on the value of the payment option. And so instead of redirecting to core checkout, what I'm going to do is check for the value of the payment option. So we'll say if the payment option equals S, and there are much better ways to do this, but for simplicity, we'll just keep it like this. So we'll say redirect to core payment, and then we need to pass in the payment option as the value in the URL. So this, and that's going to be equal to Stripe. And we'll say else if payment option equals to P, then it's going to go to PayPal. So we'll say redirect to PayPal. And then we'll say else. We'll show the message and return a redirect back to checkout. And just say invalid payment option selected. So all of that is working. We'll come here and just submit anything in here, and we'll select Stripe, click continue, and we get redirected to the Stripe payment form. And now let's display this order here. So we can go back to the other view, the payment view. And here we're going to say that this order equals that exact call there. And then we'll say context equals to this dictionary, and we'll just say order is order and pass the context in there. Cool. Then back here, we're going to need to display some of that information. So here, this number 3, this is going to be order.items.count. And then we have a list item of the product name, and it's going through 3 times there. So I'm going to get rid of that, and we'll say for item in order.items.all, and then say end for. And then here we'll say this is the item, and double check the models here. So let's just go back. So we're referencing the order item. So this should rather be called order item. And then we can say order item.item.title. And then this will be the description. So item.description. And then this will be, I would say, the total price of that item. So if we come back here to the order item, we can say get final price. So this will be order item dot get final price. And let's save that. And lastly, let's output the order total. So if we come back here, that's going to be order.get total. Cool. Let's refresh this. Cool. So we have dummy item 2, but I think it would be cooler if we had something like 2 times dummy item 2, so that you know that you're ordering 2 of that item. So let's just go here to the item title, and we'll say order item.quantity, and then just say X like that. Cool. So now you can see 3 times dummy item 2, which is giving you 600. And you only have 1 item in your cart. So this seems to be pretty good so far. We haven't covered the PayPal payment method because there's still a bunch of other things that we want to cover in this course. So for the time being, we're just going to leave it at having Stripe as the only payment option. But it seems like everything is coming together. And in the next one, we can go back to this checkout view, and we'll start handling promotional codes or discount codes. And actually, just as a last check, let's just go back here to the admin, and we're going to look here at the orders, because now we have a new order, and there you can see the billing address was added to our user. So in this one, we're going to focus on adding discount codes to our checkout process. I'm just going to log in here so we can see where that's coming through. We can just go to the cart, proceed to checkout, and here it is. And there's 1 or 2 things that we also need to fix up. First, it's here if we just go to the home view, the list items of these products, they have the same image, and that's because we don't actually have an image field on our model at the moment. So let's just go up top to this item, and I'm going to add models.image field, which will be the image for that product. And we're going to need to run pip install pillow so that we can do this. Cool. Then I'll just say pip freeze into requirements, and then we can run the server. Cool. So now instead of rendering out this static image, we can then go and output the image itself on the model. So I'm going to go here to home.html, and we can just go here to this image. I'm just going to comment that out, and I'm going to create an image tag, and we're going to need a source, which is just going to be item dot, and this is image, so item.image.url, and then I'm going to use the same class here, so just like this, and then I'm going to take this URL, and I'm just going to download the image. Then I can close this, and we're going to go into the admin, and I'll go to the items, and right, we didn't make migrations, so we can say manage.py, make migrations, and I'm just going to quit here so that we can add blank and null are true, Then I'll make migrations again. And then we could say migrate. Cool, now we can run the server. Then we can go back here to the admin, and I'm just going to go to both items here and choose an image. Okay, now both of them have images, and I'm going to go here and remove blank and null as true and make migrations. And I'm going to say ignore for now and migrate again. There we go. Then we can run the server. Cool. So now let's go to the home view, and they aren't outputting, and that's because the folder we've specified here for the media root is inheriting from the virtual environment path. And I'm going to change this to the base directory, and same thing for static root. Then I'll get rid of that. I'll change this to media root. And now I just moved the media directory back inside here because it was one folder outside the project. And then I'm just going to make sure that this is renamed media root. So now let's go back, refresh this. And let's just make sure that we get rid of that as well. Okay, and they still aren't displaying, so let's just inspect here. And if we grab that URL, paste it there, see media is not actually a URL, so we're going to need to go inside URLs here. I'm just going to go here to the top and just say from django.conf.urls .static, import static, and I'm going to add a static URL to settings.media URL and say document root equals settings.media root. Okay, let's go back and refresh this now. There it is. And let's go back. Okay, now that's displaying. I'm also going to paste this, and we'll change this one to static URL and this to static root. Okay, cool. Now, if we go here to the cart, you can see that we have this item in the cart. I'm going to go and open up the admin as well so we can see this in action. And I'm going to go to the orders. And actually, one way of helping us distinguish which orders are which, let's just go into the core admin. And here I'm going to say that this is the order admin, and it's going to come from admin.modelAdmin. And I'll just say that the list display equals to, and let's just get the model here. So we have user, and then I'm also going to display the ordered field like this. Then I'm just going to bring this in like that. Let's come back. Okay, there we go. So now we know which ones are ordered or not. So I'm going to go to the unordered one, and we see that we have this item in the order. And so let's go and proceed to checkout and just put in anything here, and we'll select Stripe, continue to checkout, then just add the credit card and say submit payment. Okay, now it was successful. So we don't have anything in the cart, that's correct. But if we go back here to orders, that one is now ordered, and it shows that that item is there, and it was the $200 item. So if I come back here and add this to cart, you can see again it still has that same price, the same quantity, which means it's the same order item. So what we need to do is go on to our order item, and here we have the ordered field, and we weren't changing this value last time when we were submitting the payment. So let's just go here to the view, and here when we were saving the order, we were saying order.ordered equals true, and we needed to do the same thing for all of the items in the order. So what I'm going to do here is just say that the order items equals to order.items.all, and because we have a query set and we want to update all of these items, we can simply just call the update method on the query set. So we can say order items.update, and the field that we want to update is the ordered field, and we want to set it equal to true. But then we need to loop through all of these order items and save each order item as well. So we're going to say for item in order items, just call item.save. And like this, we can then go and test this. So let's go and add this to cart. There it is. Proceed to checkout, continue to checkout, submit payment. Now let's go here to the orders. There's that third order, and we see ordered is true. We go to order items. Now we can see that order item has been ordered. So if we come here and go to the same item and add to cart, now we see that it's adding exactly one unique item, and that means we can go back here, and now we have a new order item. Cool, so that is fixed, and now we can look at creating discount codes. So what I'm going to do is in this models.py file, we're going to create a new class, and this is going to be, let's say, a coupon. Comes from models.model, and I'll just say that the code is a character field, and we'll say that the maximum length is 15 characters, and then just say define string of self, and we'll say return self.code, and we can bring this into the admin as well. And we're going to need to run make migrations, and then just say migrate, and then we can run the server. And so here we can go back to coupons and add a coupon, and this is just going to be any code. So let's say first timer, just save that. And then if we go here to the cart and proceed to checkout, then here in this form, we're going to enter that value. We're going to create a view that will handle taking in that code, check if the code exists, if it does, and the user hasn't used it already. And we could do some other things to see, like, does the coupon that the order has already give a higher percentage discount than the one you're trying to add? We're not going to add something like that, but that's some ideas that you could get creative with. And then just do basic validation to add it onto the cart. So let's come back here and we'll go to the view. We'll come all the way down and we're going to create a new view, and this is going to be add coupon, which will just take in a request and a code. And so we're going to want to get the user's order. So let's get all of this here. So we could actually just call .get, and what we'll do is we'll just put it in a try statement, and we'll just say except the object does not exist, which we already have imported from the top here. So if the object does not exist, then we'll just return a redirect, and we could say that this goes to, let's say, core order summary, or rather checkout, and we'll display a message and just say you do not have an active order, which is fine. So if we do have that order, then we're going to check that the coupon code exists. So let's go to the top and import the coupon. There it is. And then here we'll say that the coupon equals to coupon.objects.get, where code equals to code. And we're also catching the exception here, but let's just define a shortcut method here, and we'll just say this is get coupon, which just takes a code, and we'll do this same thing here, but we could wrap it in a try statement and just paste that right there. And if it doesn't exist, then we'll just say this also takes a request maybe, and we'll say this coupon does not exist. And then here we can say coupon equals to get coupon where the request is the request and the code is a code we're being passed in here. And then here we just need to make sure to return that coupon. So now we have the coupon and we want to somehow assign this coupon to the order. So again, on the order, we're going to need to create a foreign key field to the coupon. So we'll say coupon equals models.foreign key to the coupon and all of this same stuff. And we're going to need to make migrations for that. So make migrations and migrate, run the server. So now we can then assign this coupon to the order. So we can say order.coupon equals to, we could actually just do it like this, get coupon. And then we say order.save and then return a redirect back to checkout. And we'll just put a success message and we'll say successfully added coupon. We're also not doing any kind of validation right now in terms of how many times this coupon has been used or if you've used this coupon before as well. Those are some things that we need to take into consideration. But for now, let's just take this add coupon and bring it into our URLs. And here I'll just copy that and say this is add coupon and we'll put code in there and then just say this name of the URL is add coupon like that. So now we have a URL and back inside the order summary.html, we can then go down to that form and then down in the checkout.html, we should have this form here. And this exact column medium 4 is the exact same thing that we used in the payment.html. If we just come up here, you can see there. I'm going to get rid of that comment there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that out and I'm going to create a snippet and we'll just say that this is the order snippet.html and I'm just going to paste all of this and then we can just bring this in a little bit. So we need to make sure that we are passing an order into this order snippet and we'll also need to pass any coupon codes that we've added. We'll worry about this in a second though. Let's just come back here and we'll say include the order snippet.html. And because this used to be here, we don't need to use the with keyword. So if we come back and refresh this, and this is the wrong view, let's just go here to payment and Stripe. Cool, so you can see that that's still working. So now we want that exact same thing to be used here. So inside checkout, we can pretty much remove the entire column except we want to make sure that we keep this form. So I'm going to cut it out and bring it into the order snippet. And we'll just paste it right here. And it actually goes inside this div. So like this. But now if we were to come back and just refresh this, now you can see that we have promo code here. And if we don't want to display it here, we can put in some logic to do that as well. But we'll just leave it for now. So back inside checkout, we can then go and remove the entire div. So this here, everything inside there, just delete all of this and say include the order snippet.html. Then let's go back, refresh this, and there it is. We obviously aren't bringing the order into this order snippet. And if we check here for any context variables, we can see we only have a form displaying and a lot of comments. So I'm going to clean this up as well. Okay, that's much better. So we need to make sure that we bring the order into the checkout view. And if we scroll up, then here is the checkout view. And so here in the get, we're going to want to pass in the order. So let's just put order like this. And we'll use the same logic we did down here to try and get the order. I'm just going to copy all of that, come up top here, and use a try again. So we're getting the order, and then we don't need the coupon or any of that. And this is self.request.user, and then say self. Actually, we don't need that message, and we don't need that return there either. We can basically just cut that out, put that inside the try statement, and make sure that this is self.request, and then the order is that order. So we're trying to get the order. If the order doesn't exist, then we will return the exact same redirect to the checkout view and just display the message. Otherwise, we're passing in the form and the order into the context. So now if we come back and let's just see, run the server and refresh this. And there's our order coming through now. So let's now go to the order snippet, and we're going to deal with this form. Now we need to make sure that when we submit this form that it gets posted to the correct URL. And actually, instead of doing it how we have it here, I'm going to remove this code there, and back inside the view I'm going to remove that code as well. I'm going to create a form, and this is going to be the coupon form, which will just be forms.form, and all it takes is a code, which is going to be a character field. And if we take a look here at the snippet, we need to make sure that the input has a class of form control. So let's take all of that, come here, and we'll say widget equals forms.text input, and say attributes where the class is form control and the placeholder is promo code. And then we can also add the two fields here. Okay, so all of that. Then we can bring this coupon into the views. So from .forms, import coupon form, and then all the way down here, we're going to say if request dot method equals post, we'll say form equals coupon form, where it's request dot post or none, and then say if form dot is valid, then we will do all of this. Let's just get rid of that, and otherwise we'll return some kind of error. I'm just going to return none there for now, and I'll just put to do raise error. So we're only accepting post requests, and then here in the try statement we'll say that the code equals to form.cleaned.data.get the code, so that we can then pass it into the get coupon. And yes, you could also validate this on the form. There's many ways you can do this. And so then here, instead of outputting the input like this, I'm going to comment it out, and here I'm going to say form, and back here inside the view we'll go up to that checkout view up top here. I'll add coupon form as the coupon form like this, and then just come back here and let's change this to coupon form, and I'm going to access .code because that's the only field there. So now if we come back and refresh this, that still seems to be working. Let's just inspect here, and we can see that the name equals code, so that's looking good. And then here the type button, I'm going to change to type submit, and also add the CSRF token. And we need to also add the action, which is going to go to that URL. So it's going to be URL to core, and this is going to be add coupon. So we're posting to the add coupon URL. Let's come back and refresh this now. And if we take a look here, we have first timer. So if we submit first timer, let's just come back here to the view and double check what's going to happen. So it's going to get the code, we're going to check for the order, we're going to get the coupon, save it to the order, and then we'll see successfully added coupon, and it'll redirect us back to this checkout. So let's redeem, and we're getting this didn't return an HTTP, which means that we didn't specify method equals post. So it was sending a GET request. And let's come back and refresh this. Just get rid of all of that. Go to proceed to checkout, add first timer, redeem there, successfully added coupon. Now if we go back to the order, go to that last order, there we can see the coupon is attached. And now we want to add a method that will subtract the amount that the coupon gives a discount for. So let's go back here to the model, and here on the order, in the get total method, after we loop through all the items, we're going to subtract the value on the coupon. So if we come back here, we need an amount on the coupon. So that's going to be a float field, and then the amount here, we will say total minus equals to, and it's going to be self.coupon.amount. And then we're going to need to make migrations. So I'm going to provide a default, and let's just say that this is 20, and then we can migrate, run the server. So if we come back here, now the total is 180, and the promo code, we're going to display the name of it and then the amount over there. So let's go back to order snippet. So now since the coupon is attached to the order, we can access it via that order. So I'm just going to say order.coupon because of the foreign key, and this is going to be .code, and then for this $5 we'll replace that with order.coupon.amount. And there we see first timer, we see minus 20, and there's the 180 total. So all of that's looking good. If I go to /payment/Stripe, we can see it's working here as well. And what I'm going to do here in this payment view, we can just go back here to views and just scroll up here to the get method of the payment view. I'm going to set display coupon form as false, and then I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to bring it here into the get method of the checkout view, paste it here, and I'm going to make this true. Then inside order snippet, let's actually grab this value. We can then say if display coupon form and end if. So if we come back here, now we don't see the coupon form. This is optional if you want to handle it like this. And so let's just go back here to the cart, proceed to checkout, and okay, there it is. And one thing that we also saw is that we were able to go to the payment view without completing the checkout form. So we want to add some kind of condition that's saying something like, if you don't have a billing address, then you can't go to the payment view yet. So let's go to here to the payment view, and we're just going to check here if order dot, and we can come here to billing address. So if order.billing address, then we will render out this request, and we'll say else, then we will grab something like that and just say you have not added a billing address, and we'll redirect back to checkout. So now if we just go back here to this order, you can see that it's not ordered yet. So we can see we don't have a billing address here. So that means that if I were to go to payment/Stripe, Then it just says you have not added a billing address. Let's just refresh that there. And it seems messages.error doesn't work, so let's use warning instead. And instead there as well. And we'll just replace it like this. So messages.error with messages.warning. There we go. And then if we just come down here to the bottom, we have this to do over here. And instead of checking if the request method is a post, I'm just going to change it into a class-based view, and we'll call it the add coupon view. And again, it's going to take in a view, and then we'll just say define the post request, which takes args and keyword args. And then we can get rid of request.post there, get rid of that, and just pass in self.request instead of request. And then we can just make sure that our URL uses this correctly. So we say .as view and change the import there as well. Run the server. And oh, little spelling error there. Okay, cool. So now we won't be able to send a GET request to this view. And we also won't be able to go to the payment view without having a billing address first. So let's try and complete the process and make sure that everything's working. And we most likely also would want to show the discount here in the order summary. So if we go up to the order summary view, which is here, we're already passing in the order. So that means that we can display the coupon if there is one. So let's open up the templates. We'll go to order summary. And if we scroll down, here we have if order.getTotal, then we're displaying the total. So what I'm going to do is add another condition and say if order.coupon, then we'll display another row as well and just say end if. So I'll copy that row there and I'll say coupon, and the value will be object.coupon.amount. And I'm also going to change that to object.coupon. So if we come here and refresh this, now we have coupon there, and I'll also put a negative in front of that. Cool, so that's displaying there. Proceed to checkout, and we'll just add an address here, select a country, select Stripe, and just enter the Stripe card number, submit payment. Order was successful. Let's go here, refresh it. There's the billing address and the payment. It's now been ordered, and let's go check the payment value. And the amount is 180. So everything seems to be working pretty well. So in this video, we're going to be focusing on creating kind of like an order management system. And this is to help us kind of understand where all of our orders are in their phases. And an example of that would be keeping track of the number of orders that have been abandoned and how many of them have been delivered, how many of them have been paid, received, etc. So we're going to add a whole bunch of statuses here on our order model, and that's going to help us keep track of this. So I'm just going to come here and add a couple more fields. And this is going to represent kind of like the life cycle of an order. Now, I'm actually just going to add it as a comment firstly, so we can brainstorm this. So the first phase would be when the order is created. This is when someone actually adds an item to their cart, and that is the beginning of the order. So that is, we'll just say an item added to cart. Then the second phase, we also saw this in our checkout process. If we just log in here to demonstrate. If I come here and add something to the cart, and we're getting this none type object has no amount. Let's just see here. This is total minus equals self.coupon.amount, which is in line 95. So this is over here. And we should actually just add a condition to check if there is a coupon. So we'll say if self.coupon, then we'll subtract that amount. And now let's go and try this again. There we go. Let's get rid of one there. So this is the first step. We've added an item to the cart. Now, if we proceed to checkout, we would fill in this form and it would add the billing address to the order. And that is the second phase. So adding a billing address. Then we know that if we fill this in, and I'm just going to put something in there, select Stripe, continue. We know that this is the third phase. And oh, we're getting a promo code thing there, but there is no promo code. So let's go fix that as well. So inside templates, and this is payment, and it's included in the order snippet. So here I'm just going to add if order.coupon and end if. Okay, let's try that now. There we go. So here we would fill in the payment, and let's do that, and then submit the payment. And I'm getting not authenticated. That means that I don't have my Stripe keys in, so I'm going to go add that. So let me go and try checkout again. And that could actually be another status that we add here in the model, which is a failed transaction. And this is actually something you can listen for with Stripe webhooks. So I'm going to put here failed checkout. And this could be due to many reasons, which we covered in the exceptions. So we could keep track of how many of each exception has occurred, and you'd most likely be more concerned with the errors that are due to your part, not due to Stripe's API, for example, receiving too many requests. You'd rather be focused on why your code didn't work, and hopefully that doesn't happen too many times. So let's go proceed and continue. Submit payment. Cool, order was successful. And let's open up the admin. We'll go here to the order. There's that last one. And so that confirms the third process, which is payment. Then once it has been bought, because this is e-commerce, it means we actually have to deliver that item that they've bought to their address. So depending on whatever business processes you have, there's a lot that could be put in here, such as something like pre-packaging, packaging, processing, and the whole supply chain movement there. And we could add this in here. So something like pre-processing, processing, packaging, etc. And I think the most important takeaway from that is when it's ready to be delivered or is being delivered. So basically just keeping track of the orders that are on the road. So we'll say being delivered as a status of the order. And then logically from there, once it's on the road and it's heading towards the customer, the next step is to note when it's been received. And if you're using DHL or FedEx or whoever you're using to deliver that, normally you do have some process where the person who's receiving it has to sign it off and say that they've actually received this item. And you'll want to keep track of that in whichever system that is that you're using and link that to here. So once it has been received, you can then confirm that it has been received here. And this may seem like the last step, but we actually will need to keep track of the number of refunds. And this is actually the last step because there's nowhere it can go after it's being refunded. So we definitely do want to make sure we keep track of this because it does happen. People ask for refunds and we want to make sure that we have functionality to handle that. So what we're going to do is add these three statuses here on the model, and they're just going to be Boolean fields, and by default it's going to be false like the ordered field. So I'm just going to paste that there. So the first one here will be being delivered, and by default is false. Then we have received, and how we'll handle refunds is just by adding two statuses here, and this is going to be refund requested. So that means someone has actually either sent an email or completed a form explaining why they are requesting the refund. And then we would have refund granted. So that would also be this Boolean field. And you could keep track of the number of refunds rejected, but if you have these two already, then you don't really need to. So the whole point of this is so that you can keep track of what has been processed in terms of refunds and what hasn't and still needs to be processed. So once something has been granted a refund, then it's kind of moved over to a separate pile. You don't need to worry about that anymore. But the refund requested is an important field that we should monitor. So with all of these statuses added, we're going to make migrations, and we're then going to add some stuff here in the admin to help us manage all of these fields. So we'll say Python manage.py make migrations. Then we can say migrate, and then I'll go and run the server. And so we have our order here inside the admin, and we already started creating our own custom order admin, and we're going to build on top of this now. So let's come back inside here and start off here with the list view or list display, and we're going to add a whole bunch of these fields into the list display. So let's take a look here back at the fields that we've added, and that is being delivered, received, refund requested, and refund granted. And we're going to add all of them in here. So just like this. Now let's come back in here and refresh this. And this kind of gives you an idea of the whole workflow. It's ordered, has it been delivered, and again you could add in pre-processing, packaging, etc. Being delivered, received, refund requested, and refund granted. And so we'll customize the admin to allow to filter by these fields. And there's one more important field that we definitely need to add onto these orders, and that's a reference code. Because without a reference code, there's no way for the user to actually communicate on which order it is. We're going to get to that in a second, but let's just customize the admin here. So back inside here, we have the list display. Next is going to be the list filter, which is also going to be a list of fields. And I'm basically just going to copy all of these. We can come back in here and refresh this. And now you can see the filter here on the right hand side. So you can filter them for which have been ordered, which have been delivered, and etc. So what I'm going to do is copy these three. We're going to go back in the admin, and we're going to add the list display links, which is also a list of fields. We're going to add that, and we're also going to add the user. Now we get some errors because these fields are not inside our list display, so we need to add them in here as well. So I'll add it. Okay, cool. Now let's come back in here. And this just allows us to navigate to these billing addresses and the payments all from this one view. And so now let's go and add the reference code. So let's just add it here at the top. And this is going to be a character field. I'll say maximum length is, let's say 30, or actually let's go with 20. And then we can go and make migrations. We'll add a default and just say 1, 2, 3. And then we can migrate, run the server again. And so here inside our views, we're going to add a function that will create that reference code. And the moment we create the reference code is once the order has been purchased. So that's going to be here in this payment view. So if we come a little bit down here inside the try statement, when we assign the payment, here we're going to assign the reference code. And I'm just going to go all the way to the top of this file here. I'm going to say define create reference code, which doesn't take any arguments. And here we're going to need random, and we're going to need the string package as well. So I'm going to say import random and import string. And then here we're going to say return an empty string. And I'm going to say .join on random.choices. And here we pass in a list of choices. And this is just going to be string.asci lowercase. And I'm going to add string.digits. So that's just going to create a random sequence of characters. And then I'm going to pass in k, which is a special argument for the length of the string, which I'm going to say is 20. And then we'll bring this method down here to our to-do. And I'll say order.referenceCode equals create reference code. So now we're going to go and test this out. So I'll come and add this item to the cart, proceed to checkout, continue, and submit payment. Now let's go back here, refresh this, we have a new order. Cool, so there's the reference code we can see there. And we'll design a simple profile view that shows you all of your orders so that you can at least see the reference code as well. And then that way, when you want to ask for a refund, you can reference that code and we know what you're talking about. So back here in the admin, we're going to want to add a search field here. And this is search fields actually, which is a list of fields that we can search by. I'm going to add the user so that we can search by user. And I'm going to add reference code so we can search by reference code. And these are really the only two fields that we should be searching for. So like this, if we come back into the admin and let's just go back to the list display. Now we have a search field there. And if I go back here and we search by this reference code and we're getting related field, got invalid lookup. So here I'm going to change this to username. And if you search for it now, it works. So we weren't searching a field, we were searching an object. And I'm not going to display the reference code here because it doesn't really provide you with any value. You should just be able to rely on this search, and then if you click here, then at least you can verify that it has that reference code. So now we can at least see and work with our orders in a much better way. And we can go and add a form for users to fill in so that they can request refunds. And then what we'll do is we will change the status of the order to have a refund requested as true. So let's close all of this, and all the way here at the bottom, I'm going to add a new view. I'm going to say this is the request refund view, which will inherit from the default class-based view. I'll say define the post method, and then we're going to need a form. So here beneath the coupon form, I'll say this is the refund form, which just comes from forms dot, and this will just be a normal form. I'm going to say that the reference code equals to forms dot character field, and we could add a message as a text area. Then we can take the form and let's just go to the top to import this. Then we'll go back down, and here we're going to say our form equals to refund form of request.post. We'll say if form.is valid. Then I'm going to grab these two fields, the reference code and the message. We can paste them here. And I'm going to say equals to form.cleaned data.get that value. And what we could also do is define our own refund model. And this is just to store the refund so that we have record of it. So we can do this very simply. I'll just come down here and I'll say class refund models.model. I'll specify the order, which is a foreign key to the order, and just say on delete equals models.cascade. We'll provide the reason, which can just be a text field, let's say. Then we'll have accepted, which can just be a Boolean field. And I'll say default equals false, because when we create it, it'll be when the user has submitted that form, which means that it obviously hasn't been accepted yet. And then we can just say define string of self, and we'll say return self dot, and I'm just going to return the primary key, but we're going to need to put this inside an F string because it's an ID, it's not a string. And then we can bring this refund into the admin as well. So over there, and we can also bring it here inside our views. So import this model. And so we're first going to try and get the order by this reference code field. So we're going to say try order equals to order dot objects dot get, where the reference code equals to the reference code. Then if we do have that order, we can say order dot, and let's just go back up here. So order.refund requested equals to true, order.save, and then we will store our own custom refund. So we'll say refund equals to a refund object. We'll say the order equals to the order. We'll say refund.reason equals to message, and then we can save the refund. And we actually would also want to keep track of the email from the person who submitted it. This is just so that we can get in contact with them. So we'll say models.email field. And then here we can say in the form that we have an email, which is an email field. And then we will get the email just like this. And I'm going to change that to self.request.post. And then here we'll say refund.email equals to email. Now we need to go and make migrations. So we'll say make migrations, and let's just finish here what we started. So we'll say except object does not exist. We'll just return a redirect back to that same view. I'm just going to put slash for now, and I'm also going to add a message and just say messages.info with self.request, and we'll say this order does not exist, and let's just tab that in there. And then we can also redirect here, and we'll say messages.info, and we'll say your request was received. And now we can try and make migrations. There we go. Now we can migrate and run the server. And then we can bring our refund view into the URLs. And I'll just add another one here. We'll say path to request refund and say this.asView. And we can say name equals request refund. Then here in our view, when we redirect back, we can redirect back to core request refund, and we can do the same thing there. Cool. So now we need to go and build this form in HTML. So let's go into the templates, create a file there. This will be request refund.html. I'm going to go here to the order summary. I'll just copy all of this, and we don't need a table. I'll just put here request refund, and then here we're going to create a form. I'll pass in the CSRF token, and I'll say that the method equals post, and I'll just output the form here, and I'm going to say crispy, and then here we can say load crispy forms tags, and then I'll add a button and just say submit, and the type is going to be submit, and the class is going to be button primary. And then we need to link this to our view. So here I'll say define get, which just takes in self, and I'll just say return a render of that request, and it's going to go to request refund.html. Then I'm going to say the form equals to this refund form, and we can get rid of all of that, and we'll bring this into our context. I'll say form is form, and then pass the context in there, and then just say self.request there. Okay, now let's go to request refund. There's our form, and let's just go back here to the forms. This should be a character field, and say widget equals forms.text area. Refresh this. There we go. I'm just going to specify here that the attributes where the rows is 4. Just refresh that. There we go. All right, so if I enter just a random thing in there and say @gmail.com, submit, this order does not exist. Cool. Now let's go back here, and I'm just going to grab this reference code, pass that in there, and say submit. Your request was received. Come back in here, refresh this. Now we see refund requested. And so lastly, we're going to add our own custom action. So you see here, these are actions. We're going to create our own custom one so that we can select the orders, however many we want, and then we will update the status from requested to granted. And you could add the same functionality then for the rest of these, but we're just going to demonstrate it with this one field. So we need to go back inside the admin. So I'm going to close all of these and just open up the admin. And so we're going to just define our function here above this class. And I'm going to say that it's called make refund accepted. And this takes in a model admin, a request, and a query set as arguments. And so here, because we're passing in the query set, this is where you can make use of the query set.update method. And all you do inside this method is just specify the field that you want to update. So in our case, we're going to update the refund requested field to be false because it's no longer requested, it's now accepted. So I'm going to say that, and I'm going to say refund granted equals to true. And that's it. Then we can just add a description. So I'm going to say make refund accepted dot short description equals to, and we can get an idea from here. So delete selected orders. This will be update orders to refund granted. And then we can just take this and we bring it into the actions, which is a list of functions created in this format. So now we have our own custom action. We can refresh the page. And now you can see here, update orders to refund granted. So if I grab this one, select that and click go, now you can see it changed the status from requested to granted. Alright, so in this one, we are going to start working with a default setting for our shipping and billing addresses. So this will basically allow you to click a checkbox, which can then save your current billing information that you've entered into the form as your default billing address, which you can then reuse in further checkout processes. And the same thing for the shipping address. Now I'm just going to go and log in so we can see what we're actually talking about. And let's just go and add something into the cart and proceed to checkout. And so right now, this is the checkout form. We have some options that we can fill in for the address, and then we can click here to say that the shipping address is the same as the billing address. Now we're going to change the way that this looks a little bit and just add like a heading here that says that this is the shipping address part, and then we'll have the billing address part, and add in some extra checkboxes that can allow you to basically specify whether you want to use them as the same address or you want to reuse old addresses, so things like that. So that's what we're going to do. So let's just go and get the code here. So we'll go into core, into views, and let's just install that. And so we want to go here to the checkout view, and here inside the post request we had a to-do, which was to add some functionality for what we're talking about right now, which is the whole same shipping address and saving this information. But we're going to change the way that this works in the models. So a lot of this is going to change. So let's just open up the models here as well. And we'll just go here to the address. And let's just see here, this is the billing address. So right now we only have one kind of address, which is the billing address. But what we're going to do is change this to be just a generic address. And then we will add a type of address here as one of the fields. So we'll say this is the address type and say this is a character field. And I'll say that the maximum length is 1. And then we can add choices, which can just be another tuple up top here. And I'm just going to copy and paste this like that. And we'll just call this the address choices. Then this is either going to be billing or shipping. So we can just get rid of that last one. And we'll call this the shipping. and we'll call this billing. So then we can take those and just come down and specify those as the choices over here. Cool, so now we have that. We're just going to add one more field, and this is default. And this is going to be a Boolean field. So we'll set default equal to false, so that it's not a default address. Basically what we'll do with this field is every time you say use this as my default billing address or use this as my default shipping address, we'll then just grab the address you just created and then set default to be true, which you can then select in further purchases. So that's what this field is going to allow us to do. But now that we've changed the address, we're going to need to change this here in our order as well, because we have a foreign key to that model already. So I'm going to change this to be called address, and then we can actually just copy the entire thing, and we'll call this one the shipping address. So let's just change one of them here. But because the foreign key is on the same model, we're going to need to give them a related name. So this one can be called the shipping address, just like this. And then the same concept here for the billing address. Cool, so now let's try and make migrations with that. And now we're getting an import error in our views. So let's just go here to the top, line 11. So this is no longer billing address, and I'm just going to search for all of those billing addresses, and there's only one other, which is there. So we can change this to be called address. And then for this one here, we'll also call this one address. And when we create a billing address, we'll just need to come here and specify that the address type is equal to B for billing. So let's try and make migrations again, and there we go. Now we can migrate. And now we're getting an integrity error. So the easiest way to solve this is just for us to go and delete those migrations. So I'm going to delete that entire folder and then delete the database as well. Then we can say manage.py make migrations just for the core app. And then we can say migrate. Okay. I'll also create a new super user, and then we can run the server. Cool, then let's go into the admin and we'll just import that model. So address, and here where we have billing address, we are also going to add in the shipping address. So just specify that here. And then we'll also add it in over here in the list display links. Okay, then we can just copy this and register the address model. And if we just take a look here again, we're just going to copy all these fields so that we can specify them in a custom admin model. So we'll come here, and we'll say this is the address admin, which inherits from the admin.model admin. Then we'll just say list display is all of these fields. Okay, then we can also add in the list filter, and we can filter by the country. We can filter if it's a default address, and we can filter by the address type. And we'll probably want to put country at the end there because it's quite a long list. So let's just move it there. Then we have these search fields, and we're going to want to search by user, and we could add all of these fields in as well. So let's just add them in here. So street address, the apartment address, and we could also search by zip as well. Okay, there we go. Then we can just take that and make sure that we register the admin with that model. Cool, so if we go into the admin, and we're going to need to log in with our new super user. There we go, and we can also come here and change the class meta. So let's just add class meta, and we'll just say verbose name plural equals to addresses. Okay, then let's just refresh here, and there we go. That looks better. So we can come in here and we can add an address for a user. And we're also going to need to change the form now, because if we come here to the checkout form, you can see that this is all based on having one type of address, which is the billing address. So basically what we want to do is duplicate all of these fields, because our form is now going to have a billing address and a shipping address. So to make this easier, instead of outputting all of these fields over here, we're just going to do it in plain HTML. So let's just keep this open and go into templates, and we can go into checkout.html, and just here above the address I'm going to add an h3 tag, and we can just say that this is the shipping address that we'll take in first. And then what I'm going to do is wrap all of these fields except for one of the last ones, and we'll just wrap it all inside a div. So all of this all the way here to this HR, I'm just going to tab that in, close that off in a div, and I'm going to give it a class name, and we'll just say that this class is the hideable shipping form. This is just so that we can get hold of it to toggle the display from being displayed to not being displayed, depending on whether we click a checkbox. And then I'm going to basically copy all of this, so everything up till beneath this HR, or just above the HR. I'm going to then paste it all again, except this one is now the billing address. So if we were to come back here and refresh this, we're getting redirected too many times. So let's just go back here. And what I'm going to do is just come here and add in a new item, just so we can add something to the cart. Cool, so now we have an item, and there it is. So we can go and visit it, add to cart. Here it is, and let's proceed to checkout. Cool, so now we have shipping address, billing address, and we've got the payment process over here. So we can actually add that as a heading there as well. So if we just come down here after the HR tag, what I'm actually going to do is move the div to not include that HR. And I'll do the same thing with this wrapping div over there. So now if we come back here, this is continue to checkout, and here's our radio options for the payment option. So here I'll just add another H3, and we can just say this is payment option. So now if we take a look, and there we go. And we'll fix the styling as we go along. But for now, let's just go back here into the form, and let's just get all of these placeholders and move them over as inputs here in the form, because right now we're outputting these form fields dynamically. So what I'm going to do is just get rid of that, and then we can come here and specify an input. I'll say that the type is text. We can say that the placeholder is equal to this value here. So I'll just copy and paste that in there. We can say that the ID is going to equal to the shipping address, and we can say that the name is also the shipping address, and then we can say that the class is form control. Then we just make sure that this ID is the same as that ID, and then we'll basically do the exact same thing here. So we'll just get rid of that output there, and I'm just going to call this shipping address 2, and then get rid of all of that and change that as well. And then the placeholder can be what the placeholder is over here, so apartment or suite. Okay, then the form.country we're going to output the way it is, because that's coming from our Django countries package, so we'll leave it as it is. But we can actually get rid of the widgets here now, so we'll just get rid of all of that. And then I'm going to add in here required equals false, and even though it is, we'll handle whether or not we got it in the view. And then I'm going to change the names of those as well. So the first one is
the shipping address, then it's shipping address to, country will change to shipping country, and then for the zip, we'll change this to be shipping zip as well. And same thing, I'm going to get rid of all of those and just add required equals false. Then shipping zip, we can come down, and here, instead of this form.zip being outputted, I'll copy that and paste that here. Then we can say that this placeholder is, let's just say zip code, and then shipping zip, we'll copy and paste as the ID and the name, and there we go. Then I'll also change the for to be shipping zip as well. So if we take a look, we just have that country not showing up. So let's just come back here, copy shipping country, come back here, and this is form.shipping country. Then if we come back and refresh this, there we go. And I'll just fix some of the spacing here. And so we can see that this hideable div is wrapping all of that over there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut both of these out, and I'm going to move them inside there as well. And then let's just tab that like this. Then I'm going to get rid of all these if statements inside these inputs for the checkboxes. We can keep this one as same billing address. And I'm just going to change the ID to be same billing address and same billing address. And we can say here this is billing address is the same as my shipping address. So like this. So that's going to be the first checkbox. Then the second checkbox is going to be saving this as the default shipping address. So we can just come here and change this text and say save as default shipping address. And then the name I'm going to say as set default shipping. And we can then just copy and paste this everywhere it needs to be. Okay, now let's go and refresh here. Cool, so that's looking much better. Then there's one more checkbox we want to add here, which is to say use the default billing address, and then we could put some text that's referencing your current default billing address. So I'm basically just going to copy this, come outside the hideable div, and we'll put this one here, and then say, instead of save as, this will be use default shipping address. And here we could just put, let's say, some address like this. And instead of set default, it will be use default. And make sure we use that everywhere as well. So if we come back, the idea here is that if we select to use the default shipping address, then all of this will be hidden. But that's based on a toggle. So if you toggle this, all of this will hide or show, which we'll just do with jQuery. And we can also come back here into the form and make sure that this country field has required equal false as well, in the case that you use a default address. Then we can come back here and basically do the exact same thing for the billing address. So what I'm going to do is also make sure these labels are correct. So let's just grab these here, same billing address. So same billing address. And this should actually be same shipping address. And so should these. Then we have set default shipping. So I'll just paste that one here. And this is also going to be a Boolean field. And then the last one here is use default shipping. Then we can get rid of that save info there. And all of these fields that we used for the shipping form, we can come here and paste them all again and just call all of these the billing equivalent. So like this. And we can actually just cut these three out and move them below. So like this. And just like we'll have set default shipping and use default shipping, we're going to have the exact same thing for the billing equivalent. So this will be set default billing and set default or use default billing. So just like this, and then we can come back here, go to the billing address, and I'm just going to copy all of those inputs that we just created here into the billing address form. Okay, there we go. So now we have the billing address, exact same thing as the shipping address. So we have address 1 and we have address 2. Then we have billing country and we have billing zip. And instead of having 2 checkboxes here to where one of them is this billing address is the same as my shipping address, we wouldn't have that again. So all we have here is set default billing, and then we'll handle use default billing as well. So we can actually just copy this here and right before the HR, and we can actually just get rid of that one there. Then instead of use default shipping, this would be use default billing, and we can just do the same thing for over here and add it in like that. And there we go. So now we have the billing address form, save as default billing address, and use default billing address. And now we just want to make sure that these checkboxes are only being displayed if we actually have a default billing address or a default shipping address. So let's go here into the view, and I'm going to get rid of all of that there. And let's just go here into the get request, and we'll actually need to import the address, which we do over there. And so here we're going to need to get some query sets. So right after the context, we can update the context if we have a default shipping address. So what we can do is say the shipping address query set equals to the address where we will filter it based on the current user. And let's just put this on a new line. Then we will say that the address type is going to be billing, or rather shipping in this case. And we're going to say that default equals to true, so that we get the default address. And then we can just say if shipping address query set exists, then we will say the context dot update, and here we'll say default shipping address is that shipping address first item. And then we can copy this and we'll do the exact same thing for the billing address. So let's just rename this billing address and change this to B. Then if that query set exists, we will say that the default billing address is equal to billing address query set of 0. Cool. Then we can come in here, and for this one, for the billing address, we can just say if, and let's just go and get that value there. So if default billing address is being passed into the context, then we will actually render this. And here we can just get rid of that and actually output their default address. So here we can say default billing address dot address, and then we can say truncate characters to, let's say, 10. And then we can copy that and come back up here for the shipping address and say if use, or if there's a default shipping address, then we will output it like that, and do the exact same thing over here. So if default shipping address, then we'll say end if, come back, and let's just see name request is not defined. So if we go back here, this is self.request.user, and just add it in over there. Okay. And refresh this. Cool. So now those checkboxes will only output if we actually have a default. And now we need to work on the logic of what actually happens when we submit in the post request. So let's just come back down here, and we can actually close some of these files off. So the logic here is first to check if we are using the default shipping address. So that means we're going to get the value from the cleaned data in the form. If that value is true, then we will use the default address. If it's false, then that means that we were expected to enter some information in the form. So let's just come here and say use default shipping equals to, and we'll just copy all of that there and grab that value from the clean data. So if, and we can actually just go here, if that value is true, then I'm going to say print using the default shipping address. And just like we did over here, I'm going to copy that query set and I'll paste that all over here. And I'm just going to call it the address query set for short. So what we want to do is first check if this user actually has a default shipping address, because if they don't, then we're going to need to redirect back and display some sort of message. So we'll just say if it exists, then we'll say that the shipping address equals to that address query set, the first value inside it. And then we can say else messages.info, and we'll pass self.request and say no default shipping address available. And we can just go and copy one of these redirects here back to the checkout page. So just like this. So we're storing it in this shipping address variable, which we will either get from this condition, and then we can just go down and say else. Then we can just say print user is entering a new shipping address, and we'll do the exact same thing where we assign this variable to be the address over here, which is going to be received or created in this exact same way that we have been doing previously. So I'm just going to tab all of that inside, and we'll just make sure we label everything appropriately. So let's actually just go back here to the form, and we'll say that the shipping address equals to that, shipping address 2 equals to this, and then we have shipping country equals to that value, and we have shipping zip equals to that. Then the payment option, I'm just going to come and paste over there because we don't need that for now. So this is the shipping address, which I'm going to rename. I'm going to change this to be shipping, and then we will pass in all of these values. And just make sure we save the shipping address there. And then we can say order.shipping address equals to that. And what I'm going to do is do it outside of the else statement, so that either way we are storing it as the shipping address received from here or as the new one over here. And I'll actually just change this label to be shipping address 1, so we don't get any kind of conflicts with variable names. Cool. So now we are saving the shipping address onto the order. And at this point, what we want to do is check if we are setting this current shipping address that we just created to be the new default. So what I'm going to do is say set default shipping equals to, and we will just copy all of that there and get the value from that form and just say if set default shipping is true, then we just want to take that shipping address and we're just going to say dot default equals true, and then just say dot save. So now we've saved it as a default shipping address, so that next time we will be able to filter for it and display that to the user. And basically all of this logic that we just did over here for the shipping address, this is what we want to do, well, everything from here. This is what we want to do for the billing address as well. But inside here in the else statement, if we are creating a new address, we're going to want to validate these values over here, because we've gone here in the form and specified that they are not required. And that could lead to some issues where users could submit empty strings, and we obviously don't want that. So we can just come up here above the class and just define a method that can help us with this. So I'll just say this is, let's say, is valid form, and we'll just say that it takes in a list of values, and we can say for field in values, then we can check if that field is equal to an empty string. And above this for loop, we could have a total value which is valid and say that it initially is valid, but the moment we get an empty string, we set it to be invalid. So we'll just say if field equals an empty string, then we will say valid equals to false. And then here, just say return valid. And then here we can just take that is valid form, and we'll come here right above the values here, or just after we receive it, but below and just above the shipping address where we create it. So we'll say if is valid form, and here we'll just pass in a list of values. So the ones that are required, which would be the shipping address 1, the shipping country, and the shipping zip. So if all of those values are valid, then we can just tab that in, so to do all of that logic. And otherwise, we can then just say messages.info of self.request, and we'll just say please fill in the required shipping address fields. And then we can just take all of that and put that inside the if statement as well. So just tab this in, and there we go. Then what I'm going to do is basically copy all of this, and we can then come below it, and we'll just paste it all there and do the exact same thing for use default billing. So we'll say if use default billing is true, then we'll say using the default billing address, and we'll filter for billing addresses. If the address exists, then we will create a billing address variable, which is the first item in the query set. We'll say no default billing address is available otherwise. And here we'll say user is entering a new billing address, and we'll just change the values inside here. And then we can just take all of these and make sure that we pass them into the new address. So we'll just paste them all here and make sure that this is a billing type address, and we will label it as well and pass in all of the values into the is valid form check. Then we can say order.billing address equals to that billing address and save it. And actually we will need to save it on this condition as well. So let's just add it over there, and then we'll do the same thing that we did for the shipping address over here in this condition as well. There we go. So now let's just come back down, and we'll do the same thing here, use default billing or set default billing. So just add it in there. So if that value is true, then we'll say that the billing address default is equal to true. We'll say please fill in the required billing address fields. And then there's just one more thing that we need to add, which is if we are using the same billing address as shipping address. So that's going to be something that we need to check here at the beginning. So over here, so we can just come and grab that value. So same billing address equals to, and just copy all of this. So what we should actually do first is check if that value is true. So we'll say if same billing address, then what I'm going to do is set the billing address equal to the shipping address, but I'm going to clone it. So I'm going to say that the primary key equals none, and then we can say .save so that it creates a new address. And then we can say that the billing address dot address type equals to a billing address, and then we will say dot save and then save it onto the order. So if this condition is true, we'll do all of that. Otherwise, we check if we're using the default billing address. And otherwise, as the last condition, we're assuming that the user is entering form data. So after this last else statement, we get the payment option and do the exact same thing as usual. So if we check here, the server's still running. So we can come back here and refresh this. And let's just also go back here and go to addresses. So we don't have any right now. So let's enter some information. And I'm going to say save as default. Then we can enter some other information in here. And I'm going to say save as default as well. And we'll say Stripe, continue to checkout. And if we come back here and refresh this, now we have two default addresses. One is billing, one is shipping. Cool, now let's go back. And I'm just refreshing this. And what I'm going to do is say use default shipping address. And we're not getting it displayed there. Let's just see why that is. So street address is actually the field we need to output. So let's just come here and say this is street address. Then we can copy that and bring it to the billing address as well. So if we refresh this, now we have that default street address showing there as an indication. So if we select both of those and then select Stripe and continue, that went through. So let's also go back here to the order and we'll just come here and say that there is no relationship to a shipping and billing address. And let's see, a reference code is required. So what I'm going to do is go back here to the model so we can change that. And this is on the order. And here I'll just add blank and null are true for this field. And then we can just make migrations and then migrate and then run the server. So let's come back and refresh this, click continue. Okay, so now we don't have a shipping or billing address, so we can test this again. So let's go back. And so we're using default shipping, using default billing, click continue, go back, refresh this, and there we go. So now we have the shipping address and the billing address being used. And lastly, let's go and test another case. So just refresh there and let's go and delete those addresses as well. So just delete those. And what we're going to do is say billing address is the same as my shipping address. So let's just add information there and select Stripe, continue. Okay, let's come back and refresh this. So now we have billing and we have shipping, exact same information. And if we go back and go to the order, then it's linking that same one as well. So this seems to be working so far. What we can do now is just add in a little bit of jQuery to say that when we select the use default address, that it then toggles this display. So let's go back here and we can go into checkout and just come all the way to the bottom. And let's also open up base.html and just see here that we have these scripts being included. So what I'm going to do is add another block here and we can just call this the extra scripts. And then we can say end block extra scripts. Then we can copy that entire block there. And right here after content, we'll add in our new script over here. So let's just open up a script tag. And if we just take a look here at the classes we've added. So we have here hideable shipping form, which I should actually call hideable billing form, seeing as this is for the billing address. And then we have the same thing here, which is hideable shipping form. So I'm going to copy both of these two. And then here we can just create some variables. And we're just going to use jQuery and access it with those classes. So just paste those values there. And then we're also going to need the checkboxes. So the first one being this one here. So having the name of use default shipping and an ID of use default shipping. And then the other one is the shipping one or billing one. So here we'll say variable use default shipping equals to, and we can just say document dot query selector, and we can just open up the input tag and say where the name is equal to use default shipping, and then this one will be use default billing, and change the name in there. And all we need to do here is just say if use default shipping is changed, which we can handle with an event listener. So we can just say add event listener and listen for the change event. Then we can create a function as a callback, and we'll just say if this dot checked, which is a property on the checkbox HTML tag. So if it is checked, then we're going to say hideable shipping form dot hide, which is that jQuery method. And then we can say otherwise hideable shipping form dot show. And we can call these methods because we're accessing these variables with the jQuery selector. So I can just copy this entire script tag there, and we'll say that this is for the use default billing, and then say hideable billing form dot hide or show. So now if we come back and refresh this, we'll just go back here into the admin, and let's just go to those addresses, and then we can just say that they are default, and this one is also default. Refresh this. So if I select use default, you can see it toggled that form, and that way we at least get this indication that we don't need to fill in any of the other form fields if we do select this. And this is then a lot better than just leaving it open. So at least providing some information to the user. Click continue, and it takes you to this page where we've seen the payment process does work. So that's all we wanted to handle in this one, which was just improving this checkout process of adding a billing address and a shipping address. So now we can at least control that information much better and store it more accurately, and also provide a better way of our users actually entering that information by providing this default option. And also the concept of billing address is the same as my shipping address. And we could actually do the exact same thing for that toggle. So if you toggled this one, it could either pre-populate this form or cause a drop down where it hides or shows it. But now that you've seen how we can do it with this toggle example, you can try and implement this one yourself. So we're just going to leave it at this. Now, before getting started, I just want to point out that we are not going to be teaching how to store credit card information ourselves. That's not secure, and it's not a good way to do it. We're rather going to be using Stripe to store that information, as they are the payment processor and that's what they're built to do. So this tutorial is going to focus on retrieving that information from Stripe and not storing it ourselves. Okay, so in this one, we're going to be adding functionality that allows a user to, similar to the last video where you could use a default billing address, now we're allowing you to have a default payment method, particularly with Stripe. So basically a default card that you can use in the rest of your purchases. So you don't have to keep on adding that card number every time you want to make a payment. You can just select that card. And we've already gone and implemented this functionality. So the format of this video is going to be a little bit different in that we're not going to be building it in this video, rather just walking through the functionality that has been added already. And this is just because it's not actually a lot of code and it's not a lot of functionality. The concept is pretty much the exact same as in the previous video, where we were just allowing a user to click a checkbox, which would then basically show the user what they're allowed to see in the form, which would either be entering a new billing address or selecting the current one that they have. It's the exact same concept as that. So if you haven't watched the previous video, then I suggest rather go ahead and watch that video, as that video contains basically the logic that was used to fill in this functionality in this video. But basically, the concept is that if I add something to cart and just proceed to checkout, then let's just use a default billing address and default shipping address, select Stripe. And the idea is basically that we have this checkbox here that I can select, and it says use default card. And then we have the first 12 digits that are just stars because we don't know what they are. And then it gives you an indication of what that card is. So the last 4 digits and then the expiration date. And basically like this, you can either select to use this default card and pay with this because this is linked to your profile, or you can go and add a new card over here as usual, and you can either save this for future purposes or not. So it's the exact same concept as the previous video, and let's just go and walk through the code that was added to do this. So we'll start off in our models, and basically for us to show the user any card that they have used before in a purchase, that would mean that we have to store some of that information somehow. So what we've done is added a user profile model, which is basically linked to a user with a one-to-one field. So every user has their own user profile, and we use the post save signal to create that user profile the moment that the user is created. So we just specify the sender as that auth user model, and we say if that instance, so the user, if the user is created, then we just call user profile.objects.create and just pass in the user as the only required argument, which basically creates that user's user profile. And by default, you're not going to have a Stripe customer ID, and you're not going to have one-click purchasing activated. This one-click purchasing is more of a concept than actual functionality right now, so that's something that we could add in future videos. But basically, you have these two fields as kind of like settings on the user, and they can then go and configure this later on. So the Stripe customer ID will get populated if they decide to save their customer information when they check out. And that being, if they were to say save for future purchases and enter that card information here, then we need to store that information. So what we do is here in the view, we'll just go all the way to the top of this payment view. So let's just look at the post method first. Basically what's happening is we're now receiving the token and some extra information from the form, which is firstly this save value, which is basically whether or not we should save the current card that the user just inputted into the form. And then use default means use the default card. So that's the only information we're getting from our post request. If we are saving it, then all we do is assign it to the user. So we first check if there is a Stripe customer ID associated on that user profile. If there isn't one, then that means that this is the first time they're saving information. So what we do is we create the Stripe customer and we pass in the source as the card that they just put in, and just create that user profile where we're assigning the Stripe customer ID as the ID of this API call over here. And then we can also just set one-click purchasing equal to true for future references, save the user profile. And otherwise, if the user profile does exist already, then all we're doing is creating a source. So you can call stripe.customer.create source, which only takes in the customer ID and the source. So that'll basically add a new source onto the customer. And that's all the functionality there is for whether or not we want to save information. Then we go on to actually processing the charge. So if we're using the default card on the user's profile, then we simply just have to pass in the customer into the stripe.charge.create API call. Whereas if we're not using the default card, then we have to pass in the source that we want to charge. And basically you could view this as one is for users that have kind of like a profile, and one is for users that are making sort of like an anonymous purchase. So for one, you're basically allowing us to retrieve your past credit card information, and the other you're not. So you have to enter that every single time. And that's the only change that's been made in charging the user. Basically just one of these two methods has to occur. And everything after that is exactly the same. We create the payment and perform the rest of the billing logic here. But this is just for the post method. If we take a look here at the get method, here what we're doing is we're grabbing the user profile and we're checking if one-click purchasing is activated. And if it is, then what we do is we fetch the user's cards, which is listed on their Stripe customer. So all we do is just call stripe.customer.listSources, and then here you just pass in the arguments, which are the Stripe customer ID, the limit of how many results you want to get back, which is set to 3, and then the type of object that you want to filter for, because you get many different sources that Stripe actually handles. So we're only looking for cards as the specific object. So we just pass in object as card, and now we'll have a list of cards which we can either iterate through, or we can just grab the first one, which is what we're doing here. So we're checking if the list of that cards is greater than 0, then we just update the context to have a card, and then that card we output here in our HTML by just using some template syntax here. So we just say if there's a card, we output just another div which has a checkbox in it, and inside it here you can see we're outputting, for example, the last 4, which are the last 4 digits on the card, the expiration month, the expiration year. So we output all of that if there is a card, and then we've just restructured the template similar to in the last video, where now we just added some JavaScript down here that based on the input that is a checkbox, if you do select it, then it will hide the one form and show the other form, and vice versa. So basically what we can do is we can log out and we will sign up with a new user. Okay, cool. We can now go and add something to the cart, proceed to checkout, and let's just enter some information. Select Stripe, continue to checkout. There we go. Now we can see that we aren't getting that checkbox because we don't have any cards at the moment. And let's go and open up an incognito window just so we can go into the admin. We can go to user profiles, go to that new user, and there we go. So no Stripe custom ID and one-click purchasing, not active yet. Now let's just go back here, and what I'll do is input some credit card information, click save for future purchases, and click submit. Cool, and so now the order was successful, and if we check the admin, the customer ID is now there, one-click purchasing is now there. So if we try and add something again, and let's just go use default and select Stripe, continue to checkout, and now we have the option to use a default card, so we can select that, submit the payment, and order was successful. And so that's all we wanted to show in this video, which was basically just taking the same logic from the previous video of how you can save a default address in the same way by storing a default payment method, which in this case is in the form of a credit card. And the best thing about it is that we aren't actually storing that information ourselves. We're always fetching that from Stripe, which makes it much better. So if you enjoyed this video, then leave a comment down below. Let us know what you thought. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and we'll see you in the next one.